Ah, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hello. Oh, not soup. Now you're making me want soup. Gosh dang it, Merle, don't reinforce it. I'm gonna want soup. uh, but yes. Hello everybody. I do have a little bit of a stomach ache today, but hopefully it'll be fine. I am so excited for this week. There is so much stuff this week. The patch notes for Final Fantasy came out this morning. The complete patch notes with all the details. The PvP looks so good. I'm so excited for the PvP. The PvP classes actually feel unique and different now. Every class has a unique limit break. I'm excited. We got more Elysian Realm to do this week for the story. I'm guaranteed we're not going to finish Chapter 3 today, or at least what's out. We're probably just going to get to see maybe one or two little bits of it, depending how long we go. But, we'll see. We'll see how much we get to. Tomorrow is gonna be mostly Final Fantasy on Twitch. Let me stop the music and switch you guys over to this. Yeah, half of it's currently locked, and then I think even though some of it's getting unlocked later this week, that's not even all of it. The ending of it isn't until like the beginning of next week. So, we'll get there. But tomorrow's gonna be a little bit of Genshin in the morning, and then we're gonna do Final Fantasy all day. Wednesday, we've got Aido's quest in Genshin. We've got the new patch for Punishing Grey Raven. Not much is going to be out. We might do the interlude on Wednesday. As far as I know, Chew pulls aren't until Thursday. And then we can't get Chungyu for 2 weeks. So, it's looking good. I will say for anyone in here who plays Punishing Grey Raven, I know this is Honkai stream, but anyone who plays Punishing Grey Raven, make sure you do your bounties today and tomorrow. Try to get all your cards if you can today and tomorrow with your resets, because the patch on Wednesday is removing the bounty system. We're getting a new bounty system on Wednesday. I think it was like Operation something. Was it Operation Hero or something like that? Let me quickly look, because it was on Twitter a second ago. Okay, maybe it wasn't a second ago. It was a little further down than I thought. It's Operation Guardians. Operation Guardians is the new bounty system. And it is a board game. It's like playing Monopoly. You get, I think, 9 rolls a day, 8 rolls a day. And you're just moving around a board game. Yeah, the one that gives you free normal ticket, that's getting removed Wednesday for a new system that gives free tickets. And the new system is not going to be something that you have to re-roll. It's going to be a board game that you play every week. So try to finish the bounty if you can with today and tomorrow's re-rolls, because most likely it's going to get reset on Wednesday, so you might be able to get twice the tickets if you're really lucky. Of course, that means most of us probably aren't going to be lucky. But you know, you can try. Oh yeah, the battle pass is out. And we get more fragments of the cat. Equal, did someone push me out of getting my minor promotion? What's my points in Superstring? Someone pushed me down, darn it. Last night when I finished doing Superstring, I was in 4th place, which should have put me in Agony 3. Gosh darn it. 314? I'm confused. Did you mean 414? Are you saying when Chew comes out? Or, I'm confused. Or, oh no, you're saying 3 out of 14. Okay, I get it. Never mind, I'm stupid. But yeah, good luck. The relatively, It's a decent chance you should at least be able to get 1 or 2. You might not get all 3. I know I usually don't get all 3 in the first 2 days. I think I've had that happen once or twice ever since starting the game, but good luck. Hopefully you can get it. Oh, and here's ridiculous amount of Battle Pass experience. I wish I had the weapon. Maybe we'll pull the weapon later, if we get lucky. Oh, we get a box. Give me a box. And does the box have a dorm pull in it? And does the dorm pull actually give me anything I care about? These are my weekly questions. It does not give me a dorm pull. I don't get to know if the dorm pull gives me anything useful. See, what do I get here? Yay, upgrade mats. Vision. I'm really low on experience now. I upgraded one of my elves. I felt, it's about time I finally level 80 one of my elves, so I did. It took a lot of experience, and now I don't even think I have enough to get a character to level 80 if I got a new one. So I gotta be careful with my currency. God, it's nice being in an armada that's active on this account. On my European account, they don't even get the crystals every week. Some weeks we just don't get it because not enough people play. I should probably change Armada, but because that's just my casual story running account, I don't care that much. Get all these done. Not enough. Oh well. But yeah, so for people who haven't seen the schedule, like I said, tomorrow I'm going to be doing Genshin in the morning. I'm going to do Chasm. And the only reason I'm doing Chasm in the morning is because I have nothing left to do in Genshin and I'm bored. Over the weekend, I explored the chasm. I ran around finding things. I found secret keys. Went and found a bunch of chests. I found 2 little mini-bosses that gave me a bit of lore about the chasm. And now, literally, there is nothing left for me to do in the chasm except continue the story so I can get more of the map. Nope, didn't miss anything yet. I'm just doing my dailies. The event is time-consuming? Like the new event, you mean? Or... Oh, hey Bree. Help? Why help? You're 59 out of 60? Oh no. Oh my gosh, already level 4. Ooh, they changed the format of it a little bit here, too. That's cool. Do I get anything important for claiming this box? Not really. Oh, wait! The skin's down here now. They changed the format. That's interesting. They totally changed the order of rewards. That's the main thing that stands out to me, though. Oh, and they made it so that there's rewards all the way to 70. The free pass used to end at level 60. That's nice. I feel like people are gonna hate me for saying this, but I think it was Friday or Saturday. I was in a really good mood. I was doing Elysian Realm and I was like, God, I wish the cat was S rank. She'd do so much more damage. You know, I should just do one pull. I did one pull and I pulled a dupe. So, where's it? I just got another dupe. Just single pull. On top of that, I got a bunch of extra fragments too, so I got her to S rank. I should be able to get her to S1 now, though. So let's do that. But 59 out of 60. Did you use... As long as you're missing the weapon, I'm chill. Oh my gosh, Bree. Bree's like, haha, I have the weapon, you don't. Well, I've done 11 pulls too, Suki. It's just that I pulled her, and then I did one extra. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Let's grab this so it stops blinking at me. I don't think I can grab all these, can I, right now? Eight by 8, I can't get that. I can't get... Okay, I'll just wait for those. We'll get those later. I can get my weekly For Sure the Void fragments that I've been doing. She gets a lot better at SS, so I want to at least get her to SS. I don't know if I'll keep going for triple S. I'll probably stop at SS, but we'll see. But... Ooh, I have enough for both of them. I'm gonna get Cat. I'm gonna get Carol. Right over some ale. I've been sitting on these for a while. I don't know what I want, right? Because I maxed out my my cherry. I'm tempted to maybe do Phoenix, but I don't use her that much. The only one... I don't know. The only one I've thought about is Rosemary, because I do like Rosemary, and now that she's in Elysian Realm, it's more worth. But we'll see. And I've been tempted to maybe buy one of these characters just for completion. Yeah, FR is probably the one that I'm thinking about the most. I might start doing this weekly. Especially with the Elysian Realm. Now that I've played her on Elysian Realm, I think she's going to be one of the best characters in Elysian Realm if you have her weapon. I don't have the weapon yet, but probably going to get that soon. As soon as I can, anyway. And fragments. Cat. Give me more. But Bree, are you saying you bought all 50 fragments from the shop and you didn't have enough? For S? Or did you only buy the 30 here? Did you not get the ones from the treasury? Or not treasury, battle arsenal? Because you should have been able to get her, because I'm pretty sure you had 25 out of 60 when I saw the other day. Oh, you don't have pins? That's fair. Well, hopefully you can farm up pins and you can get them that way. I'm still split on if I want to spend on this. I love the magical Tariri outfit, it's so cute, but I also have the weapon, so it would match. But I don't know, maybe, we'll see. I have until the end of the month to decide. Oh, I have enough crystals for a pull now. Let's do a single pull, and let's see if Bree is gonna hate me. I'm gonna do my usual ritual. I don't have a coffee, so I'm gonna be taking a sip of water. But I'm gonna roll my die, clap my hands that many times, inhale, exhale that long, bow my head, take a sip of my water, and then do the pull. I rolled a 4. Yeah, it's a lot of asterite. Especially for a character that I only use every now and then as a support. Like, I rarely use her. Oh, it's hard to say. She's good on like 1 or 2 bosses. Nope, Bree doesn't hate me yet. Yay! I still want that weapon. Thinking of weapon, I did craft her weapon. It's just such a big upgrade, so I made the crafted weapon. If anything, if I pull Aponia next patch, this can go on Aponia. But, yeah. S1. Yeah, it's actually really good for DPS, because 30% bonus damage. I think it goes up to 50% if you upgrade it, but I don't want to upgrade it. I don't have cubes. Yeah, it's really good for a craftable weapon. But yeah, her weapon is way better as a support, so she is basically locked in as a DPS for me right now. But she's a fun DPS, so I don't mind. Carol. Carol is now SS2. She is getting there. Almost maxed out. And, oh, I didn't claim any of these. And I already have Sleeping Beauty, so that doesn't matter. I won't lie, Dickens is kind of tempting, but I'm not going to have enough to get a full set anyway. I'm still probably going to get Iris, because that's just such a broken weapon for FR. Are better than Eden's signature weapon on Eden. Really? That's weird. I feel like they're gonna fix that in V3 though. There's no way they're gonna let a crafted weapon be better than her best in, like, her signature. Maybe one of them will be better for using her as a support for some characters, and the other will be better for other characters or something. I don't know. But that seems a little weird and busted. But we'll see. For people wondering why I'm leaving this, by the way, every week I consider getting the battle pass, and pretty much every week I don't get the battle pass. But I usually leave this here just in case, like, do I want to get it? So it's going to be sitting there until I make up my mind. But I think I'm done everything else. I'm back to 1 crystal. Oh, wait. Can I dump some into open world? I might stop doing APHO2 for now. Because there's no extra rewards in APHO2. I'm done. Whereas Sakura Samsara, I still have crystals to get. I still have a few bounties, I think, anyway. Yeah, I have 1 more. I think there's 1 more. What's your highest level? Ah, your level goes up even higher. So maybe there's a lot more. I don't know. But yeah, this one has crystals. The other ones don't have crystals. So I'm gonna do this. And let's see. That's tempting. Yeah, let's do those. I wonder if I'll see any of the cat fragments, because I haven't seen those yet. Do that. Hey, we see cat fragments. I don't think I'm... do I want to use it? Yeah, why not? 43? 43. Cat fragments. This is another way you can get cat fragments, Bree, if you can't do the other thing. There is a chance of them showing up in open world. It could be that they only just added it to open world this week, and that's why I didn't see it last week. Hey, Carol. Okay. But, Elysian Realm. So, actually, the music just muted or really quiet right now? Really quiet. Let's turn it up a little. No luck. Okay. Oh, Valkyrie Upgrades. New key. Do I have any other characters to add? Nope. I need the dorm pass, the dorm tickets, to give me Stygian Nymph. That's what I need. I want that frickin' character so bad. But yeah, if you couldn't tell, I've played a lot of the cat. I maxed her out. I've had a lot of fun with her in here. She absolutely is being updated and will reopen this... What? What? Did they make a mistake and forget to remove that? Or is Elysian Realm's deep sequence completely changing again on Thursday? Huh. Is this one doable? So long as Shallow is doable, that's good. Because I can do the story with Shallow, I'm pretty sure. Deep sequence is the one. The weekly one can't be done. That's what it is. Like, you can do this. You can do the first 3 difficulties, but I can't do deep sequence. You don't need deep sequence for the story, but... Huh. Like, I do know on Thursday there is a new patch. There is a new patch coming, like a new update to the story. But yeah, I have a funny feeling they might have forgot to remove the time lock. Which sucks, because I really wanted... I was gonna go and run my deep sequence for the week off stream today. Just so that I can get my pulls and get it over with, because there's too much stuff to do this week on stream. I wasn't gonna do my crystal clears. Yeah, this patch has had a decent bit of weird bugs. But they did reset this. All of these are reset. And as far as I know, I should still have all of the currency that I had before this patch. So I should be able to fully unlock all these up to Chapter 2. So, I'm going to go through all of them. Of course, they're eventually going to stop me and tell me, oh, go do this other characters, probably. Unless those achievements are already marked off, so maybe it won't. I guess we'll see. But does anyone have a preference on what character I look at first? We're going to go through all of the Chapter 1 and 2 Remembrance. We're going to read through all these, recap the lore. I'm not going to read the written stuff, the stuff over here, but I can talk about it a little bit after as well. I know we've talked about it to death on Twitch a few times, about players on the stage, because that is huge lore drop. But if nobody has any preferences, I will just do them in order and start with Kevin. Actually, that's weird that it... Oh, I guess you can infuse and then it'll probably tell me to go do something else, because you didn't have Mobius this early. Yeah, any fine, no preferences. Okay, let's start with Kevin's story. Claim the stones I don't need because I already have all my skills unlocked. And do this. Oh, silent treatment. Are we going to talk? That would not be necessary. I sent you here, so you should have already heard everything I needed to tell you. And the rest is up to you to discover here. May you find your answer. Kevin, the you I've known kept a lot of things from me. I admit I'm in no position to take anything from him, and I came here at his bidding. But maybe this is a chance for me to get to know Kevin as a person. I am Kevin, a soldier signated with deliverance. There is nothing more to me. Oh my gosh. There is for, I know what you're thinking of. You're thinking of the collection for these. But most of these are for, like, random interactions. Oh, there is the hero's memories. The hero's memories might be what we're looking at. But yeah, it's a bit of a mess, and I don't know if I want to go through every single memory. I was just going to go through the ones from the capsules, because some of these are just random bickering between the characters. But yeah, apparently I'm missing a lot of the Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 cutscenes. I don't know if it's because they reset my progress on them. It's very possible. But I will be working... Why is Fellis the only capital one? Random typos. Why is Fellis the only capital? It's so weird. Whatever. Back to the Remembrance Vessel. Well, the thing is, Arsham, you have to remember that I played this a lot off stream, and there was only like 10 cutscenes before this patch that I didn't see. And then this patch came, and now there's a lot more. So I don't know if they reset some of them, because I have noticed some of them that I've seen before, and they seemed like they changed it a little bit. And I've heard from Bree that some of the Japanese voice lines are gone. So it's possible they changed some of the lines, and so the Japanese voices aren't up to date yet. So they have to update that. I haven't run into that yet with the Chinese. The Chinese voices, I haven't seen any missing lines yet. But yeah, we'll see. Claim that. Let's see more of his. We meet again, Kevin. Hersher of Thunder. So you're not an exception among flame chasers. Everyone here has an unexpected attitude towards Hershers. I used to believe it was your personality that led you so, but now... Your coming here was permitted. There's no need for overreactions, since everything is under control. Under control? She got her answer right away. Kevin didn't even lift a finger, but the world around him suddenly stopped, froze, and became suffocating. Oh, you did exactly the same thing in the outside world. And I believe it's not something you enjoy. Don't worry, I won't do anything beyond my duty. Go seek what you came here for, if it really can be found here. I can re-earn the thing I already have. I wonder if it looks like I'm actually getting these. So anyone who played before this patch is just getting double rewards from some of these. So I guess unlocking your skills will be easier if you just spam through these. But let's see. What's this? When the judgment of Shamash was first unsheathed, I froze some of its residual flames. You can freeze a divine key on your own. If I couldn't, it wouldn't still be a divine key today. What does it mean to you? Destruction. You're handing it to me. As a sim, I no longer need it as a reminder. A reminder, so you have regrets too. I could never tell. He has a lot. The unsheathing produced consequences beyond my intentions. But it's not to remind me of my past mistakes. To do something only you can do, you have to pay the price only you can pay. That's what these flames remind me. And that's the greater resolve you mentioned? Hersher, do you still dream of people you failed to save, those that died because of you? I do, but I don't. Edgy boy. I wonder, does that mean I have 2 of these now? Oh, we still got more. I'll keep going until it stops me from doing Kevin's, which might not make sense if it doesn't stop me, but we'll see. Kevin, have you met yourself? There's no need for me to return here. That's curious. The way I see it, you two are perfectly alike. But there's a gap of thousands of years between you two. Time must have left a mark on you. Kevin is just like this. I never change. As a Hersher, you'll live longer than most people. What you experience will leave less and less of a mark on you, and when you're supposed to die, you'll find yourself clearly defined. You two are not exactly identical after all. You are more talkative than him. The Kevin I know rarely talked to me like this. It seemed to me he was deprived of emotions. That's only because you don't know him well enough, Leiden May. As I said, Kevin stays the same and never changes. I don't know about that. He's so sure of it, but I'm still curious about what's going on with him. All because of Chapter 12 stuff, where Kevin appeared to people as a snake. And as far as we know, Kevin's Honkai beast was Parvati, a giant ice boar. So, why did he appear as a snake? Unless he was a chimera. Maybe he inherited Mobius's abilities, or something. Or Mobius did something weird. We'll see, I guess. Is this the end, or do we get more? Oh, no, we get more. The chill around you is even stronger than the real one. Is he somehow weakened now for reasons unknown? Or you're trying to find out a way to beat me? Why? You misunderstood. Raiden May, you should look at yourself. You look confused and lost. I only sensed your determination when you were asking me that question. Maybe. But maybe you failed to notice, Kevin. You know nothing about the craziness and obsession deep in your heart. You made me realize if Hershers could fight for humanity, humanity could also destroy themselves. Which is kind of what was happening in the previous era. No, Hershers never fight for humanity. That's what you tell yourself. Be it you or her. Oh. I didn't realize they hinted it so early. Because at the end of chapter 2, they kind of did the reveal that most likely Alicia is the 13th Her shirt. When I first saw this, I thought he was referring to Himiko, the previous era Himiko. But he's talking about Alicia. Wow. That was so early. I had no idea they were talking about Alicia. That's... this is why I'm doing this. If Alicia told me the truth, and that's a big if, the Sims are even more complicated than I expected. What do you mean? By every standard, you're not simply memory backups. You're all physically and mentally independent. That alone brings out many intricate questions, only I'm not able to sort them out right now. Yeah, it's a bunch of philosophical stuff. Are they alive? Are they just backups, or are they new people, clones of the original? And from what I can tell, based on chapter 2 in Mobius, they are clones. They are new people with the same memories. For example, how do you regard your own existence? You should ask the scientists. I don't care about the theories. Yeah, the only thing you care about is the objective. I knew that long ago. Unfortunately, I'm not good at theorizing either. Due to some Honkai incurred events, I had to leave. The name Chiba Academy flashed across her mind. Never mind, it's not important anymore. Anyway, I just thought you might be the ideal individual to discuss this topic with. Since you have self-recognition, did you never have a different thought yourself? May suddenly caught a certain look flashing across Kevin's face. The same look she had when reminiscing about a certain place. Did I trigger a memory? No. Nothing but trivial details that you don't need to know. Nah. Oh. This is yours, right? May reached out her hand and revealed a shimmering cufflink. That might have been a spot where it would normally stop me, but I'm not sure. Kevin, we're in a space of consciousness. You can't deny your connection to it. Where did you get it? The same way I got everything else here. Please take it. My arm is growing sore. Keep it. You sure? The fact that it's found here means it must be important to you. Looks like a cufflink. Is it from a friend, or does it have some other special meaning to you? I said I wouldn't keep you in the dark, but that doesn't give you the privilege to pry into my personal matters. I don't want to waste my time on this. You should ask the real me. Maybe he'd be interested. That's impossible, Kevin. From what I saw, he has become an ice block of obsession and silence that resists any warmth. I doubt this cufflink would appear here if a new sim of him was created right now. Well, then he is the same as me. Why do you never talk about yourself, and what happened to you? He lost the woman he loved, and had to kill one of his best friends. What's the name of this thing again? Before I continue, what's the name of that? I won't be able to do it there. Abandoned. Because all of these are actually things that matter to the people. I'm trying to think if it looks like any of the characters. If it could be something from May, or if it could be something even from Alicia. But I don't think it really looks like something that'd be on Alicia's outfit. That, and I don't think she would need a cufflink, would she? You know, it is similar color palette to her outfit, maybe. I don't know. I don't see a cufflink. I don't see a button on her outfit. But the colors match. It's kind of crazy though, because you always think about him caring about Dr. May and always thinking about Dr. May, but maybe Alicia meant more to Kevin than people realized. Use. I'm not sure if it's just a coincidence, but I've never heard anyone here call you your full name, Kevin Kaslana. Because he didn't have that name until the current era. I don't know what you're talking about. I thought that was your full name, but it seems I was mistaken. I know nothing about it, and I've never heard any successor call me by this name. I don't understand your point. If you're not trying to hide anything, I have a friend. She shares your family name. Maybe there's a connection between you two. Family name. I don't know what this word means. This is something that confuses me, by the way. That the Sims don't know what a family name is. Which makes me wonder if some of their memories were tampered with. Because I swear we've heard some of them have names. Like family names. But I don't know. If you're referring to Kaslana, I was never used in old times. Just like Kevin, it's a mark of identity that emphasizes family ties in the bloodline. Kaslana represents a unique house and lineage. I have a wild theory about the family name shared by you and my friend. Kevin, what do you think about having a descendant? If you had a chance to meet her, what would you say to her? So Kevin hasn't synced up since the Hersher of the End, it seems like. There's no way I have any descendants, right in May. But just to satisfy your curiosity, here's my answer. You don't have to care about your bloodline. All my sins stop with me. That's all I have to say. I knew it. Trying to carry everything on your own shoulders, a typical and annoying trait of you Kaslanas. Very true. They all do it. Yeah, it's a Kaslana thing to say. Like, all the Kaslanas do that. So this is before the Hersher of the End, though, because we know with the Hersher of the End, when everything was going to hell and everything was falling apart, May created their child. May created a test tube baby out of her and Kevin, and gave it to Kevin and told him to take it into the new era to help protect the world. I believe there might be more of that in a later visual novel. I swear it was touched on a little bit in one of the Divine Key ones or something like that. I can't remember. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I'm pretty sure I'm missing bulk of the story. Wait, what? When did I become father? Thank May for that, Kevin. Surprise, you have kid. You have a whole lineage. And apparently May put some weird Honkai stuff in your blood so that your kids all look like you. They all have white hair and blue eyes. But yeah, it looks like it's not going to stop me. Looks like you've no interest in having conversations. You said you'd help the successors. Is keeping silent your idea of helping? Frivolous words can be more misleading than silence. It's not help by my standard. I can't say if full disclosure can genuinely help, but I can say you holding your tongue is definitely not helping. What do you mean to ask? Only you can answer some of the questions. For example, what is the nature of Honkai? Your civilization was more advanced in every way, and you probably have a better understanding of it. To me, that's even more valuable than the tech from your age. This is something that I know, I'm pretty sure I remember from the trailer that they were hinting that this might come up this patch. Like with Chapter 3, we might learn more about the Honkai. If we had the answer, May would have created a solution to secure our victory. In my eyes, both you and the Kevin outside display utmost faith in Project Stigma. Also, I love how May never brings up the fact that he's always talking about another May. And that's the problem. I don't know where that faith comes from. I didn't withhold anything from you on this. I'm not privy to the whole picture either. If we had breached the threshold before Elysian Realm was created, then there was no point for it at all. Will it let me do that? No. Into the Deep 5. So we have to continue the story before we can do the next one, which is probably going to make me cry considering what this is. Oh, I hate that item. That is such a sad item. But I'm pretty sure all of them are going to go to 10, and I guess 11 is just the new story. But I'm trying to remember what all was in Kevin's. I don't think there was anything too crazy. I think one of the funniest things for Kevin's with it was people were joking about how one day Kevin was put in charge of group activities, and when he did a group activity, he literally just got everyone hanging out in a room eating ramen. They were just chatting, eating ramen. That's all he did. He didn't know what to do other than just eat his favorite food. That crystal brie is Alicia's crystal. Except it is very clearly frozen and broken. And it's heavily suggested that Kevin killed her. We're probably gonna find out this chapter. I don't know. But yeah. Okay, let's look at Alicia's memories again. Hi, May. Came for me again? Again? You're a shy girl. I get that. If you wish, we can pretend it was me who came to you this time. Ran into trouble, you can tell me everything. I'm always on your side. Of course, I'd be even happier if you just want to see me. I'm confused. For Elysian Realm, are you really someone special? Do you mean specially beautiful or specially cute? God damn it, Alicia. I've heard a lot like this, but it delights me even more coming from you. No, I mean, did everyone who came before me get to see you so frequently? Ah, May, you overthought, or could there be a misunderstanding? You have unique experience, and you get to see me a lot because you're you. This is the other thing where they were hinting Alicia from the very beginning. I didn't realize they said it was an experience. It wasn't, oh, our personalities are similar. You experienced similar things to me, so we're drawn together. As for the reason, you've got to figure it out yourself. It's pretty obvious, I think. Okay, she doesn't say it in that one. It might even be a random dialogue, so we might not see it. But I know Alicia does tell May that who you see when you come to the Elysian Realm is based on you. Yeah, they've been foreshadowing a lot. I mean, they do this all the time, right? And they've been doing it with the mangas. It still blew my mind. I'll keep it brief for people who haven't done later stories, but in Chapter 25 Cinematic, at the end when Kiana's giving her monologue, Kiana says that that her sword is going to bring all her friends together, that it's going to be the sparks of light that burn away the darkness. That is almost identical to a line that Teresa says in Gratitude Arc, which was forever ago. In Gratitude Arc, at the end, Teresa says that she has to keep teaching her students because one day they'll be the embers to light the darkness or something like that. Now, I don't know if they planned that ahead of time, or if when they were making the cinematic they looked back and they said, oh, that's a good line, we should make Kiana say that. But either way, it's so well done. They do this stuff all the time. But yeah, let's see. You told you were the second in command of the Moths. It's the 13 flame chasers, but still, I can tell you care about me deeply. Anyway, the position didn't seem to last. After all, for all I know, you never performed your duties accordingly. May, what made you think that way? It saddens me, really. I've been striving for perfect balance between elegance, beauty, and cuteness, which is my foremost duty as the second leader. I fucking love her. I hate her, but I love her. After all, as the face of the Flame Chasers, I need to look good at all times. That aside, I've made enormous contributions to uniting the group and making sure everyone gets along. It's no easy job, really. For example, never mind, we'll save this heartbreaking topic for another day. You're avoiding the topic because you're unable to produce a legit example? How come, May? You simply don't know me well. Suspense can be a good opportunity for our next date. Doesn't that excite you? Now it seems like 6 was when they did big reveals. Let's see if they hint it there too. Ah, May, you look horribly rigid. What happened? I've been waiting for you all along. On the contrary, nothing happened. How so? You've brought more changes to the Elysian Realm than all previous visitors combined. Compared to the third Hersher I used to know, you're definitely more fascinating. I didn't know they mentioned that they knew the third Hersher. I wonder who the previous era third Hersher was. You knew the third Hersher in your time. Did I touch a sensitive nerve? It's not what you thought. I only read her file. But one thing is for sure, she was merely an empty shell, whereas you've got a beautiful soul. Now that you've brought it up, I've a question about Hershers. Every sign points to the fact that Hershers in our two worlds are vastly different, but the numbering and their abilities are quite similar. I'm not sure about that, May. You said it yourself. Hershers in your time vary from the old ones when it comes to the manifestations of their powers. But still, the more I know about them, the better. Alicia, how many Hershers had you been in contact with? If I have to be precise, I think the answer is every one of them. She doesn't know about the Hersher the End. I don't think anyone in here knows about the Hersher the End. Or if they do, they barely know. Everyone, but when I mentioned the third Hersher, you said... As for how I got in contact with them, I'll keep Dr. Mobius's secret a little longer. Maybe talking about the course? I don't know. Like, creating the divine keys and stuff, maybe? Is that what she was referring to? This is gonna be a lot of reading today. Gosh, it's actually going up. I'm gonna have thousands of these stupid stones. Hi, May. It's just a pleasure to see you every time. Is this game all about reading? Someone did ask that. The feeling must be mutual, right? That's why you always come to me so eagerly. Let's get to business, Alicia. It now seems you're not only special in Elysian Realm. In real history, you also had close ties with every flame chaser. Can you blame me for that? Who'd turn down a beautiful girl as tender as a flower? Would you, May? Alright, maybe you're right, but I believe there are still other factors. Well, perhaps you can try another angle. Imagine how this group was founded in the first place. You've seen some of us flame chasers, right? It wasn't easy to recruit them. Even I had to work very hard. Oh, is this when she reveals that she created the moths? Considering this, would you still be surprised that I'm familiar with every one of them? Quite the opposite. My doubts have grown. Convincing them to join a group, that was no small feat indeed. Want to know the trick? Simply put, care about them genuinely, and eventually you'll win their hearts. The more you learn about Alicia, and if you believe what Eden says that Alicia doesn't play tricks. She doesn't lie. She's over the top. She's very playful, but she doesn't lie. It sounds like Alicia literally was just trying to be friends with everyone. She was trying to bring people together and help them get through, essentially, the apocalypse. And knowing that, and knowing that's who she was, and how she ended up... Of course, occasionally I'd employ some harmless shortcuts, but believe me, I was dead sincere when convincing them. Looks like you're not fully convinced, so why don't you follow my example? Maybe your journey will turn out to be much easier. Oh, and don't mind if you try the trick on me. Okay, and this is, as far as I know, this should be the big one, possibly. Hi, May. I've been waiting for you. I've been meaning to ask this question for a long time. Your weapon, does it have a story? It looks awesome. No, it's just an ordinary blade from where I came. Nothing fancy. I remember Sakura uses something similar. That's a good question, actually, Suki. I don't know. That's kind of morbid if so, but it's hard to say because I don't know if that translates directly into Chinese very well. Of course, I know. I mean, as a cute girl who can do everything, you should be using a divine key or something like that, right? For all I know, very few divine keys fit my fighting style. And weapon choice isn't the most important part in a battle. I'm trying to think of the divine keys. I feel like the one that would most likely suit her is the third key, is the one that Raven uses, because it changes shape to suit its owner. Nothing fancy, but it's okay to pulse again. Well, you have to remember, I don't think she actually has her key. She doesn't actually have her best in slot weapon. The sword she's using in the story is literally just a katana. I'm pretty sure her, like, signature weapon is probably the divine key that Raven uses, so she doesn't have it. Which makes me wonder if there's going to be a point in the future that Raven for some reason gives it to May, because it would make sense for her to do so. I mean, we know May held it, but wasn't given to her. You're a solid example yourself. When you fought me, you didn't even use your real weapon. My real weapon? You mean my beauty and charm? There's a reason. Like you said, not many divine keys suit me. I think there's none, actually. And exactly because I tried most of them, I'm particularly curious about the ones I haven't seen. Have we seen a 13th divine key? I don't think we've seen a 13th divine key yet, have we? Because I don't think we really know anything about the 13th. Are there really divine keys you haven't seen yet? Of course, they were not forged in the same period, and some were only made after our era ended, I guess. Oh, speaking of this, there's one particular divine key that I feel suits you perfectly. The third? I'm actually curious to look at that now. Wait, news? Why is there news? Oh yeah, there's a new login event. I guess that starts tomorrow. We just get crystals. Feeling lucky. Is there some sort of festival going on in Southeast Asia? Because I noticed they did 2 posts for events this week. This was on one of them, and the other one, it had like a different name. So I don't know if it was like some celebration in Southeast Asia. But hey, free crystals, free crystals. I'll take that. Let's do 5-star weapons, because it's, if it exists, it's gonna be not gonna be the relics, it's the keys. Which, I mean, technically, actually, wouldn't a better place to look be the dorm? Wait, that's true, and that's... Okay, creation is for the Hersher of Death. Binding, obvious. Corruption is obviously for the Hersher of Corruption. Domination was the Legion Hersher. Destruction was Flame. Devouring was the Hersher of Earth, or Stars, because that's the Star of Eden. And then we've got Sentience. There's one in the back that we don't have anything in yet. But I don't think we've seen a 13th key. Yeah. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is it 6 on the side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's only 12 spots? Yeah, there's 12 spots. And we know Corruption was the 12th. And they did make a key for... Well, they kind of made a key. They sealed it and they made a partial key. They never finished it. We know the order, because that was 12. This one's 10, right? Because 11 was binding. So the order where they are doesn't matter. But that means... And I don't think we're going to get a 14th key. 14 wasn't beaten. So if we get a 13th key, it would have to be in the middle. I don't know if we would get a 13th key, but... Huh. But yeah, I'm really curious if they ever made a 13th key and what it would be. Who knows, maybe that's something that's gonna come with the next few patches. Gonna be Rebecca? Okay. Don't want a 13th key, it'll be so sad. I mean, I think, if anything, a 13th key would probably make me happier. Because we already know what happened to her because of, you know, this. Because of Kevin's item, we know what happened roughly, just by looking at that. But just knowing that there's something to be had from it, that she wasn't just beaten and then left behind. Although it depends too, because it depends how much they make the story like Gun Girls. Because we know from Gun Girls that the Hersher of the End was a fusion of multiple Hershers. So maybe Ellie became part of the Hersher of the End? But we don't know enough about the Hersher of the End. All we know is that they eventually faced the Hersher of the End, and they lost. We don't know how it started. Nothing. There's a lot of stuff. Like, for the shocking amount of things that are similar to Gun Girls, because I mean, it's a parallel universe, so of course there's similarities. There's a lot of differences. Like, especially there's only 14 Hershers. I think Gun Girls, there was like 80 something. There was a lot of Hershers in Gun Girls. But, I don't know. Storybook. That looks a lot like the realm that Aponia's in. This has to somehow reference to her abilities, right? I guess we'll see when we get there, but... Next one. You've been around me for so long already. You like it here yet? Or something else in particular? You know very clearly that if not for some people who have kept the truth from me, I'd be out of here long ago. Huh? What did you say? I only caught the first word, but I'll take it as an answer anyway. What was the first word? You. Of course. Or something else in particular, all she hears? You. Oh, Alicia, I love you. My feelings toward Alicia are all over the place. She's annoying sometimes, but she's so cute. That's not a very, nice look. Need some advice on facial expressions and body language. I can make you more popular. Like, use uh-huh instead of yes. Uh-huh. No. You've got to say it with more passion. And I think she actually did it in Chinese, it sounded like. This is understandable. I used to be just as green as you, and long gone are my green days. You were once green? Let me think. Yeah, I used to keep short hair and dress like a teenage girl, but everyone already adored me back then. Guess it just can't be helped. My charm is simply irresistible. But you just reminded me. I've learned nothing about your past yet. Alicia, how did you join the Moths? What were you doing before that? This is something that they've relatively kept well kept to. That's a daring question, and I'm blushing here. I understand you wish to know me more eagerly, but you have to pamper my tender heart and try not to rush. So you're not gonna answer me? Do I look the question-dodging type to you? Yes. Bingo! I could never turn you down, but some things are just not meant to be rushed. Let's get to know each other step by step, alright? I guess we'll find out. I will say I haven't looked much into anything new for the next patch. Be careful with that stuff, but yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, is this another big reveal? Because I'm pretty sure we should be able to go all the way to 10. Oh, nope. Into the deep. Oh, right. Alicia's was shorter, wasn't it? So she has a lot of story to go. Hmm. But I will say... Oh, don't worry, that wasn't really spoilers. It's very vague, and I've seen random images of some stuff. Like I've seen a new boss that looks pretty crazy. But... yeah... I still say, players on the stage broke my heart. Was it Spy? She was sneaking in Mobius's lab? Yeah, she snuck into Mobius's lab, and I think she's the one that pushed Project Stigma. Because Mobius and Dr. May had an idea for Dr. Stigma, but I don't think they were planning to do it. I think Alicia hacked their computer and was pushing at them like, you should do this, you should do this. And I know there was one scene, I don't remember which one it was. I'm not going to read through them all. But I know there was one scene where everyone was getting together. And they were like, does anyone remember how you met Alicia? Because nobody remembers how they met her. Was it this one? Because that title is pretty telling. Or... no. That was just them giving the ranks. Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. Welcome back. But I do remember seeing a story where people were freaking out about, like, does anyone remember how they met Alicia? Yeah, maybe it wasn't under Alicia's. It might have been under someone else. I don't know. But next up is Eden. So, let's see.
你好，牙医小姐，寻求答案的路途还顺利吗？
Hi, Miss Raiden. How is your journey so
还好
far?
吧，
It's fine.
牙医小
Every
姐，
time I see you,
每
it
次看到你
reminds
的
me
时
of the
候，
past.
你和我年轻
You
的时候
remind
真
me
的
of
很像，
myself when I was young. The
眼神
pride,
里
the
满是骄
confidence,
傲与
the
自信。
resolve.
那时的我才
Back
刚刚
then,
出道
I
没多
just had
久，
my debut, and
连
I
自己
didn't
会不会有
even
下一
know
场演
if
出
I
都
would
不
get
知
another
道。
chance to perform. It's been so
真是一
long.
段相当久远的回忆啊！我还以为你的演艺生涯会
I
是一
thought
帆
your
风顺
career
的，
took off instantly.
怎么
Huh.
会呢？
How so?
同行的竞
Competition with
争，
peers,
前辈的打压，
exploitation by my
经纪人的
seniors,
背
and my
叛，
manager betraying
类
me.
似的
The
困难
list
还有
goes
很
on.
多。可是音乐不会
But
说谎，
music doesn't lie, and
歌声
neither
不
does
会
a
说
standing
谎。
ovation.
观众始终相信，
I always believed
只
no
要不
one
断
could
打磨
ignore
自
my
身的光
brilliance
芒，
as long as I
那么
kept
无论是
improving.
谁，谢谢，我记下了。
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
不
No
用
need
这
to
么
be
严
so
肃啦，牙
polite,
医小
Miss
姐。
Raiden.
我只不过是在
I'm
向你
just
讲述
telling
一
you
些
my
往日的
story,
时光而
and you're a
已。
great listener.
看到你愿意听，我就已经很开心了。
I think Eden is one of the people that's been the most forward with
我
me,
很乐
with
意成
just
为你的
telling
听众，
stuff.
伊甸小姐。
I'd love to hear more of your stories, Miss Eden.
谢谢你，牙医小
Thank
姐。
you, Miss
如
Raiden.
果你需要我的帮助，
Should you need my
也请尽管开
assistance,
口就
pl-
好。
feel free to ask.
愿你的旅途
I wish you a
顺遂如
pleasant
意。
journey.
又见面了，伊
We
甸。
meet again, Eden.
牙医小姐，
Miss
你
Raiden,
回到
you're
这
back.
里来了。如果有什么需要
Please
的
don't
话，
hesitate to
请
ask
尽
if you
管
need
开口。在
anything.
这片庭园中，
In this garden,
我
I
尽
have
有一
everything.
切。
Only it means
但
nothing
如
to me
你所
now.
见，它们于我而言再无价值。谢谢你，伊甸。
Thank you, Eden.
像
You're
你
one of
这
the
样
few flame
轻浮
chasers
的
that
人
are
在音节
approachable.
当中并不多。与他们交流，
Do you have difficulties
有些
talking
困
to
难
them?
吗？
That's an understatement.
不难理解，牙医小姐。
Understandable, Miss Ryden. I knew it was against your
这里
intention.
并非你的本意，可这里的每一
But
个
everyone
人
here had their
都
most
曾被
treasured
崩
thing
坏
taken
夺
away
取
by
过
the
一切。
Honkai.
那些撕裂
The
心灵的
heart-wrenching
苦痛
pain
让
poisoned
人
the
魂
soul.
满
Not
不
everyone
疼
can accept their life's work
并
going
不是
down the
所有
drain.
人都能平静接受努力。不能够理解。
I can relate to that, but
可是
you saw
你
many
曾
brave
见过
souls
许
who
多
rose
人
up from grief
愿意
and
正视
stayed
过去的
strong,
苦
right?
难，并因此只是
The thing
人有
is,
改
there's
变
a
的机
substantial
会
difference
和一
between
切已
it's
经
not
做
the
尽
end of the road yet
两者之
and
间
all is
的确
lost.
存在区别。至于我，
As for me, since
既然
people
人们已
deemed
经
me
把
the
我
symbol
视
of
作
our
了那个
time,
时代的
I
象
had to
征，
rise and
我
fall
就应
along
该
with
接
it.
受自己与他同进同退。落幕总会到来，
The curtain call always comes,
只是
and
让它
Honkai
提前
only
了一些而
accelerated
已。
it.
可是
But even if the
就
end is
算结局是
destined,
注
we
定，
cannot force everyone to
我
gladly
们也无
embrace it,
法强迫
right?
所有人接受它。牙医小姐，要来一杯吗？
Miss Ryden, care for a drink? Eden raised her goblet, smiling.
用紫海伦酿
It's
的，
brewed from Violet
这
Helen,
种
a
葡
special
萄曾
grape
经是穆大
species
陆的
from
特
Mu.
产，
Wine
现在已
made
经
from
绝
it
种了。
tastes smoother.
谢谢。
Thanks,
但我从不
but I
喝酒。
never drink.
是吗？
Is that so?
的确，
Indeed,
论是何种
even the
佳酿，
finest wine is
对人
harmful
来
to the
说
human
都百
body.
害而无一利。
Yours is a healthy way
这
of
或
life.
许是个好习惯吧。
Eden raised her goblet and drank up.
但
But
人类
people
还是需
still
要
like
这
to
样的
drink.
佳酿。
That's what wine is
美
for,
酒就
to
是这样一
exchange
种东
permanent
西，
body damage for a
以
moment
形
of
骸永久的消
satisfaction.
磨，来换取灵魂片刻的厌足。
Oh yeah, Bree. Red Mage looks really cool in PvP. That you can switch between the roles and do all... just keep using your skills that way. I think, doesn't your limit break change based on your stance too, I think? I'm trying to remember. I skimmed through it, it looked really cool. And then Gunbreaker is literally the flex roll. Gunbreaker literally can target another class, kind of like Blue Mage does, and just change role. So I'll be able to, like, if there's no healer on our team, but the enemy has a healer, I can change into a healer, and then my continuation does AoE healing around me every time I hit someone with it. Or I can change into a DPS, and my continuation just does a stupid amount of damage. Oh, does it actually hit twice in the middle? That's actually really cool. Oh, I can't wait till tomorrow. Sorry for the delay, guys, but we are excited for Final Fantasy. Eden turned the goblet in her hand as old memories floated up. Then she handed the goblet to May.
这盏黄金铸成
Take
的
this
酒
as
杯
a small
就
gift,
送给你吧，
Miss
牙医
Ryden.
小姐。这太贵重
It's
了，
too expensive.
不
Don't
用在
mind
意。
that. People gave
在
me
世
more
人
than
给
I
予
could
我的财富
possibly
之中，
consume.
这不过是微不足道的一隅，而且
And Miss
牙
Ryden,
医小
please
姐，
take a sip of
有
wine
机
when
会
you
的
feel
话，
like it.
请你也品尝一下这杯中的美酒吧。它能让人
It
暂
can
时分
send
娩
you
于
to a
往
sweet
日的美
dream of the
梦，
glorious
忘却
past
眼前
and
所
offer
有
you a
的忧
moment of
愁。
respite, at
至
least
少
for me.
对我来说是这样。
That's honestly so sad. Because what this kind of suggests, Eden has her demons, and she probably started drinking to kind of deal with them. Just the fact that she lost everything. And she's the symbol of everyone, so she can't show it. Yeah, when I read Red Mage, I was like, ooh, Bree's gonna like this. This is complex. This is interesting. Honestly, I think you would like Gunbreaker, too. from the tanks. It's probably the least tanky of the tanks, but because it can be a healer, it can be a DPS, it can be a tank, not as strong as the others, but still a tank. I feel like it's going to be really popular. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I'm sure we'll have lots of fun with PvP. And the nice thing with PvP is I'm gonna want to switch classes a lot. I'm gonna want to experiment because they all look so cool. You should look at Black Mage at some point. That big circle, I figured out what the big circle was, and it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I'll let you have the fun of reading it if you want. Let's continue this.
伊甸，在此之前，我曾经无意间想到过一个问题。
Eden, a certain question once floated up my mind, and I thought it was rude to ask you. Is it so? Worry not, my friend. Time has long run out on me, and there's nothing that can offend me now. You once said it was Honkai that drove you off the stage, but it seems to me that your voice was never taken from you. Even in the middle of all the chaos, art can still shine and give people strength. You're right, Miss Ryden. In a desperate world, art can survive and encourage whoever is still breathing. But, Miss Ryden, have you ever listened to music created under such circumstances? During a disaster, it's more of a tool than art, and that goes against my creative philosophy. Creative philosophy. Art is for its own sake, and it shouldn't be weaponized to fight reality. Bringing hope to the mass, I'd rather achieve with my hands than my singing voice. Respectable. I don't know if I fully agree with her stance on that, because I feel like you can give better hope if she was to do that, though I guess she can also use her old songs instead of her new ones, instead of making new ones for it. Want to take a break, my friend? Thank you for your kindness. As far as I know, many things in the previous era were passed down to my time. Then what about your works? Did they somehow survive? I don't know, and I never asked any visitor about this. I thought artists were all sensitive about this. Because we all know the answer, right? Art never plays an essential part of the survival of humanity, so it's destined to wither and vanish. Yeah, that's probably what it was, sadly. Although they did let her sing once, and I kind of wonder, who knows, because if future chapters might be partially to the previous era, if they ever add vocals to future songs in the previous era, they could just say, hey, this is Eden singing. I think it'd be really cool if they did that. But, Miss Ryden, please look this way. Eden lifted her head, only to find the night sky she used to see was no more. Ah, it's such a shame we don't have the stars here. But, Miss Ryden, you should have looked up to the starry night sky sometimes, right? Yeah, only less and less. I can relate to that. Watching the stars requires suitable companion. But when we look up to the stars, they're not there anymore. Most of them have long perished. The light our eyes catch are from tens of thousands of years ago. But still, this never diminishes their brilliance. The symbol of a time should fade away along with it. For me, the most brilliant starlight is seen during the downfall. You are a lot more open-minded than many people I know. Open-minded, perhaps it's just hopelessness. Of course, art from different times often share a lot in common, though everything I created died with our era. You'll still be able to see something similar in your own time. Oh. Huh, 6 wasn't the big one, so I guess 7 is the big one for her. So I think because this stopped, this is like chapter 2. Eden, I'm still curious. Why did you hand over the Golden Courtyard to Mobius? Dr. Mobius. She does seem extreme on certain things, but don't be misled, my friend. She's also a mantis fighting for humanity, just like the rest of us. She is just not very good at speaking her own mind, and not exactly as sociable as Ellie. Did you know what she was preparing to use the Golden Courtyard for? Of course, but that doesn't mean I support her decision. Dr. Mobius, her insights far exceeded ours, and she was ahead of her time. I believe she had foreseen our failure. I too had an idea of what was in store for me, but it was just a hunch. So I entrusted the Golden Courtyard to Dr. Mobius, or better put, entrusted it to her vision. Everything in our time would eventually disperse like smoke. But the Golden Courtyard would stand forever, waiting for our successors to seek the truth. People such as yourself, Miss Ryden. Yeah, that was when they revealed that this place originally belonged to Eden, but then she gave it away. Eden kept her eyes elegantly closed and her fingers tapped to the rhythm of the music that played nearby. The voice on the recording was silky smooth and the applause was thunderous. Very beautiful voice. Thank you for saying that. People back then were listening to vinyl records? No, it's just my preference. Compared with the digital zeros and ones, I like music I can touch better. It has memories etched into its veins and reminds me how my voice vibrated in the air back then. This way I can still touch the vibrations and feel the audience's standing ovation. It's interesting. I know it's also a language thing, but it's interesting that Eden kind of embraces something I've heard a lot of singers will say is one of the easiest ways to sound more elegant and to have a more attractive voice is to talk slower. That the faster you talk, usually the rougher your voice sounds, but if you take your time and you slowly talk, it's easier to listen to and it's more pleasing to the ears. And Eden is the slowest talking of all the moths. She just very slowly and calmly says everything. It does mean that hers is taking a little longer with some of her voice lines. I've accidentally cut some of them short, but it's just interesting that they're following some of these things. This is something I hear a lot of singers talk about. Could be. That could be part of it. Yeah. Talking slow and soft is a really good way to have a nice voice to listen to. I try to do that. Sometimes I talk too slowly, just because it takes me a while to form thoughts. So I'll have long pauses between what I say. And obviously for stuff like streaming and videos, that's bad pacing, that could be boring, but yeah, generally it's... Oh yeah, it could definitely become annoying. It's something you have to balance with how you talk about it. And I'm sure some people could argue that Eden is annoying, that she's just calmly and slowly talking about everything. She could be talking about the end of the world and she's calmly and slowly talking about it. But it is true that it's easier to listen to than someone who's hastily saying something. This way I can still touch the vibrations and feel the audience's standing
听起
ovation.
来很浪漫。
Sounds romantic.
你要是喜欢的话，这唱片
This record
就
is
送给你
yours,
好
if
了。
you like it.
哎，
Huh?
它替我记住
It
了
holds
往
old
日的时
memories for
光。
me, and I hope you
希
can
望你能
remember
替
me
这个
to the
世界
world.
记住我。我会的。
I will.
谢谢你，我的
Thank
朋友。
you, my friend.
愿
May
此
this
刻
moment
时
stay
光
in your
永
heart
驻于你的
forever.
心中。
Okay, at least hers is really obvious that it's just like, yeah, this is just a goblet. She had a bit of a drinking problem. Maybe. Which, again, this is kind of sad. Assuming that's true, it could just be she liked her wine. She was refined, she was rich, she liked her wine. Though it does sound like there's a tinge of sadness. She did talk about how she she would drink for to get things off her mind. Recollection. There's a new one I haven't done? Huh. Is this new? This, literally, I was done everything and I had read everything before this patch. Did they add a new one? Or did they rewrite one of them? I'll have to go through that then. That'll be one of the things we do again after, I guess, after we finish hers. Eden stood there as usual. The sunset was reflected in her calm eyes. She seemed immersed in the past and unaware of her guest.
牙医小姐，
Miss Ryden.
真抱
Sorry,
歉，
have you been here
你已
long?
经等了很久了吗？
Not really. I just didn't
我
want
只
to
是不想打
interrupt
扰
you.
到你。没关系的，
It's
我没
alright.
有在做
I
什
wasn't
么。
doing anything. There's
或者
nothing I
说
have
对
to
我
do
而
now.
言，现在已经没有什么必须要去做的事了。但或许是我的错
But
觉吧。
somehow, I still
你这
feel
个每
like
时
I'm
每
about to
刻
get on
你都像是即
stage
将要
any
登台
minute
演出
now.
一样，我能感受得到
I can feel
那
your
种将至未知的
anticipation.
流逝。我想，
Maybe it's
这
just
或
that
许
old
只是习
habits
惯使
die
然吧。
hard.
就像你一样，
Just like
牙医
you,
小
Miss
姐。
Ryden. You're always
此刻
ready
的
for the
你
next
也
battle,
同样做
right?
好了可以随时应对战斗。面对崩坏，我认
When
为这是必
facing
须的。
Honkai, I think it's
倒不
necessary.
如说，你
And
所
to be
呈现出
honest,
的
I
那种
find
安
how
然自若的
relaxed
神
you
态
are
反倒有
a bit
些
unusual
不合
given the
常理。
circumstances.
我看上去并不像是一个战士，
I look
对吗？
nothing like a soldier, right?
我不是那个意思。
Ah, that's not what I meant. I
想象不出
just
一
find
点
it
是
hard
如
to
何战斗
picture
的。
how you fight.
我
Oh,
能
is
理
this when
解
they
你的疑
reveal
惑，牙
that
医小
she
姐。
used the Stars of
毕
Eden?
竟在
I understand. In my first days as a mantis, even I felt deeply confused. The Honkai Beast genes I received were powerful, but I didn't have a lot of battle experience, like Kevin or Ellie. Some said the battlefield was like a stage for warriors, but for me back then, I thought the surgery was kind of a waste. Do we know what beast she had? I knew there was something missing in me, like a song missing key chords, but I didn't know what it was. Yeah, Black Mage looks really cool, and I love how they can choose to lock down the enemy, or they can choose to put a burn on them and just do more damage. But yeah, all the classes look real cool. I haven't fully read all of them, but I did read all of the limit breaks, and all the limit breaks are really cool. That reminds me of my first days as a Valkyrie. But very soon, I found the answer during one of my missions. Is that so? It was a combat trial mission for the newly developed Divine Key. I was assigned to assist another soldier. That's fair. I'm probably going to do that too before we get into the PvP tomorrow. I'll probably do it later today. But every class so far that I have read has looked really good. I'm probably going to want to make sure everything is at least level 30 so I can use them in PvP. The test data we extracted far exceeded researchers' expectation, but somehow I felt something was amiss. Something was amiss. Yes, just like I can hear dissonant noises in notes in a tune. I felt there were also some elements of dissonance in the Divine Key that prevented it from unleashing its potential. And I thought I might be able to bring out its full brilliance. So I applied for another test to the Divine Key. Of course, I would lead the test. And the result? The result proved my instinct to be correct. Maybe it was just dumb luck, or maybe it resonated in a curious way with the Honkai Beast genes in me. In my hand, it unleashed power far beyond what the previous test had shown. Later, it became my favorite weapon. The ninth Divine Key, Cosmic Harmony. Cosmic Harmony, which gained the nickname after she used it. Where is it? Gained the nickname the Twins of Eden. She fought with pistols. I don't remember if she actually used 2 pistols. I feel like the story set... I can't remember where it was. I think it's from one of the mangas. I feel like she only used 1 pistol, but maybe she used both. It's sad because this isn't actually that good of a weapon. And sadly, this is a this is a physical support weapon. So even if you have this isn't going to be that helpful on Eden because she's an electric character. But that's her weapon. Anything that has Eden. And apparently the Twins of Eden were similar to some of the others. It makes me wonder if all the Divine Keys were like that they could change shape based on their user. Because we know it also took the shape of just an orb. I'm hoping it gets a pre-arm. It would be nice. I really hope a lot of these get upgrades. It'd be really cool. The old keys. Though I feel like I feel like if they give the Twins of Eden a Priarm, I feel like it would have to be if they ever release a second Eden, like if they release a physical Eden. But yeah, it sucks because like it's such a cool lore weapon. It's a physical support weapon, but it's the character it's supposed to be on, it isn't good for. She does use guns though, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure Eden does use pistols, but she doesn't use these ones. But yeah, it was also the orb that Welt used. And I believe it only took that form when he took it, right? I believe with Einstein, I believe, used the Star of Eden. But when Einstein used it, it took the shape of a glove over her hand. And then we know that when Bronya takes the Star of Eden, it turns into this. But yeah, I really hope that all the cool lore weapons that are already in the game get some sort of Priarm or update included in the story somehow. Oops. It is weird, but I think that might be why. It could be that they plan to release another Eden, and that the new Eden will get a Priarm. But I think they realized they're releasing too many Priarms. They're releasing like one or two a patch. And she is a support. It's weird for a support to have one. The thing I find weird is that her weapon is very much a support weapon. She is also playable as a DPS. She makes a really good ice DPS. But her weapon technically just makes her a better support. But, yeah, I don't know. Because, I mean, like, Fish didn't get a Priarm. I'm trying to think of other supports. I don't think Raven got one. But, yeah, like, I think it's weird for supports to get Priarms unless they play also as a DPS. Like, they turned Fallen Rosemary into a potential DPS. This character can be played as a DPS. I think the limit is they're planning to make it so that Priarms are only for DPSs, or mostly for DPSs. That might be why. But, let's see. Can we do 10? We can do 10. Okay. Oh, it's about this. This is after Mei learned about active Honkai reaction, which for people who don't know or don't remember, active Honkai reaction is their Honkai form. Any mantis apparently can kind of let go of their humanity and turn into a Honkai beast. And we saw a story where Mobius lost control of herself and turned into Shesa, her snake form. And in order to stop her, Sue turned into... I believe his is like a peacock. It's like a psychic peacock. And he changed into the bird to try and fight off Mobius. And I believe, if I remember right, it was Sakura found the two of them, and she did her best to fight off Mobius to protect Sue, even though she didn't know what was going on. She didn't understand it. But, let's see. I had some idea about active Honkai reaction back then, but the form Mobius showed still shocks me. what a Priarm is. Priarms are level 81 plus weapons, Bree. So at level 81 plus, some weapons can just be upgraded to superpowered weapons that are endgame. Some of them are basically required for characters to become a DPS or to be super viable. Like, I think that might be part of why people say that the Flame Sakitama Sakura is like a decent DPS and a really good support. Yeah, basically. If you play non-stop and regularly play the game, it will take you roughly 4 to 6 months, depending how much of a tryhard you are, to get to 81. I think I got mine a little later than that. Just again, I wasn't really tryharding. I was just playing the game. But I think it was about 7 or 8 months after I played, I was getting really close, and then MiHoYo released a bonus EXP event. So I went from like level 79 to 81 within a week. But yeah, if you're using your EXP boosts and you're grinding EXP, you can get to 81 within like 4 to 6 months, I've heard. Very imaginative, right? Sounds like you don't really object to this change. I know it sounds unbelievable, but after joining the Moths, I never opposed anything. Around 160 to 180 days of active playing. Makes sense. It does depend on events and how efficient you are with your EXP boosters. Like, obviously, using your EXP boosters during story, as much as that sounds good because you get bonus EXP from story, if you're watching the cutscene, you're technically wasting a lot of it. But for people that are just trying to power through it, yeah, you could get through it a lot faster. But yeah, I think for me it was closer to like 200 days, just because I was just playing at my own pace. There were a few times when I turned down something, but they're not the same. Besides, I have to say Mobius's new form is artistically inspiring. Her new form is also interesting because it's like a halfway point where she's not quite a Honkai beast yet, but she's partially, it looks like it. Yeah, remember, careful of spoilers, Brie. But, yeah. I feel like they changed it back to Limit Break because Limit Break makes the most sense. Just for lore reasons and because it also sounds cooler. I feel like Adrenaline Rush was just weird for a name. But it's kind of cool, especially because Limit Break is so integral. Oh, I know it isn't. But yeah, I feel like Limit Break is so major in Final Fantasy's lore that it was weird that they changed it in PvP. But speaking of this, I rarely hear you speak of the Honkai Beast that you merged with. Honkai Beasts can be imaginative, but most of the time, they just look rude. So, at least in my memory, I only assumed that form a few times, including when I was alone and tried to confirm the form. Of course, it went against my will and caused a great commotion. Some buildings were damaged, but fortunately, no one was hurt. Commotion. Was it caused by the destructive power? I don't think so. In my mind, even though it's big in size, combat is not Varuna's strength. And the reason is, its size is simply preposterous. Varuna. You know, I don't have a... this. Oh, thank you. Someone retweeted my... stream announcement. But let me look up Varuna. I've done this for like all the Honkai beasts. Because they're all like Hindu gods, right? So I'm kind of curious. Let me do display capture. Oh, this is really tiny. Oops, I'm not on the right window. Varuna is a Vedic deity associated initially with the sky, later also with the seas, as well as justice and truth. He is found in the oldest layer of Vedic literature of Hinduism, such as him. Yeah, whatever. I don't know these words. Dang it. Also mentioned. Varuna is the god of oceans. His vehicle is a makara, crocodile, and his weapon is a pasha, just a rope. He's the guardian deity of western direction. In some texts, he's the father of Vedic sage. Is there anything interesting about what this god did or represented? Some of the gods are interesting. Like for instance, for people, I don't think that's how it was. Is that how it was spelt? I don't remember how to spell it. I think it might have been actually. Was it like that? Yeah. This is the god that Mobius's Honkai Beast is based off of, a giant snake. Oh, it was SESA. That's the one that it's written in the game. Yeah, it's pronounced Shesa or Shesha. Oh, it has a bunch of heads. That's kind of creepy. But oh, I had a YouTube thing open. Whoops. Random recommendeds. But I don't think we've seen much about Varuna though. I have to be careful about putting extra into these because I know we can't claim that one. I might have made it so that we can't finish some of these. Let's hope I haven't done that to myself. But oh right, we have a written thing to look at. Oh, we have two of them to look at. Okay, the art of science. Mm-hmm. I knew you'd think that one was crazy. Sage ult, literally Gwen W. And it's even better than Gwen W, because not only is it the entire team, but it also burns enemies that stand in it. So if they want to hurt you, they have to take the burn. Sage sounds like it's going to be really good for defending a point. Because if I remember right, the crystal, when it gets to certain points, it just stays there for a bit before continuing. You can just drop that limit break on the point so that the enemies don't want to stop you from breaking through that point. But yeah, I feel like Sage is going to be very popular. It's really amazing. Eden expressed her sincere appreciation for the massive train. Oh, we're talking about Cosmic Juggernaut. If I remember correctly, this should be the first divine key to have absolutely nothing to do with the moths, right? Uh-huh, that's right. There's no rule that divine keys have to be a sword or a gun, you know. I have a hunch. This divine key you've made will be recreated one day by just the right person and for something we can't even imagine yet. Vilvi realized her biggest shareholder was in a good mood today. It was unclear whether she had some kind of artistic resonance with her invention, or if she was simply a bit tipsy. Then why don't I take this opportunity to show you some other surprises, Miss Eden? Eden nodded slightly, signaling for her to go on. First of all, let me reiterate what I believe in, giving customers what they want, but in a way they can't imagine. For example, look here. I've finished the wine corkscrew mentioned the last time we spoke, but I didn't want it to be just a boring old corkscrew, so I turned it into a powerful vacuum cleaner, just for... Excuse me, Vilvi? What? That way, you can just suck the cork out. Eden was still listening. Maybe she's completely drunk. Also, I've always believed that an invention with only one function is bad design. Oh, what should I think about that? If that's the case, Vilvi walked to Eden and stretched out her hand. Also, allow me to use the 9th divine key for a live demonstration. Eden handed over the 9th divine key to its maker. Her curiosity piqued. Oh, Vilvi made the divine keys. I always assumed it was Mobius or Dr. May, but Vilvi was making the divine keys. That makes sense. She was kind of head of machines and devices then? Please keep your eyes open, dear audience. Today you are fortunate enough to witness the unknown side of the 9th divine key, transcending it beyond a weapon, its original, most authentic form. The divine key flipped and transformed in her fingers. Vilvi then held it high above her head. Now just flip the switch and... boom! A quiet sound emanates. A beautiful tiny flower blooms. What did she do? I'm kind of wondering if she created like a small black hole with it or something, and that's what she's calling a flower? If she made like a small little one, or if she just made it change shape. Then under the silver moon. The moon hung high. As the night grew darker, the wind began to pick up. The girl sat silently with her eyes closed, letting the night breeze blow across her temples. Her cheeks glowed a bright red, but the deeper the wine went, the quieter she became, as if she would turn into a mist of pale powder at any moment, escaping into the night sky. Look, we're so close to the moon. I haven't been to such a high place in a very long time. A softer female voice answered back, embracing her like a wave, bringing an invisible comfort. Only in this kind of place can we enjoy the night, Alicia. You always know just how to soothe my heart. Darling, Eden. Okay, so it's Eden and Alicia. Do you want to talk about the meeting again? I can tell it's on your mind. Okay. After the meeting, what else did everybody say? Nothing. Just like the outcome of this meeting. Maybe over the short term, there won't be more meetings like this. I know May was just saying that. She really was the best to me. So, what did Aponia say? Aponia, she wasn't there. Oh, I see. Maybe Aponia. Oh, this one would be... It's hard doing the voices when it doesn't tell you who's talking. Oh, I see. Maybe Aponia thinks there's no need to spend time on things that can be falsified. After all, she's just like you. She's always believed in me. But even so, she should go there and at least say a few words on my behalf. And what of Vilvi? What was her reaction? She didn't say a word. Rather, Vilvi was there but seemed absent. Really, that would be a pity. Alicia raised her head towards the vast sky. The moonlight was as clear as water, exuding pure and faultless light. The girl laid down on her back and pushed herself against the warmth. Stay with me for a while, Eden. I want to enjoy the night a little longer. I never thought your first collapse would be used in this kind of situation. It's so romantic. I like it very much. Huh. What do they mean, first collapse? Also, just saying, with everything about there being like random suggested couples in the game and whatnot, are they trying to suggest Elysia and Eden might have been a thing? Oh, there's more. I thought it ended. Why is the scroll bar being weird? It ended there earlier. Thank you, Eden, and I'm very happy to have met you. The night grew darker. Under the bright evening sky, a huge aquatic creature carrying a touch of light powder, with the sky as its sea, its tail gently swaying, disappeared to the other side of the vast starry sky. Huge aquatic creature carrying a touch of light powder. It's going to go back there because I didn't claim the last one, but I'm worried that last one is going to mean we're not going to be able to finish Buhwa's. But now we got the Mad King. Does he have any new ones? Nope. Well, maybe. Tap to check the requirements. Meet the requirements to unlock. Yeah, it makes you wonder, because we've only heard about 2 of them, I believe. The big snake for Eden, which was apparently just a big black snake, which is, as far as we know, what Shesa looked like. And the reason why I'm really confused about Kevin is that's literally what was shown in the Sea of Quanta. Like, actually, I can probably find that. Where is that CG? Would be chapter 10? Is it chapter 10 or was it 9EX2? No, it was chapter 9EX2. It's right there. That's Shesa. Why does Kevin look like Shesa? And after... Maybe. Because the thing is, I can't look at it because it wasn't a cutscene, it was like a hidden lore. But in chapter 12, you see a dialogue that says... And of course, the dialogue in chapter 12 is part of Kevin's memory. Because that isn't a normal bubble universe in chapter 12. We are going through Kevin's memory of Sakura. And in it, we see a log about them researching the Chimera Project. And it makes me wonder, if Kevin knows this, he's no scientist. He had to have been part of the Chimera Project. So does that mean he was given multiple Honkai beasts? Maybe the ones that died were crossed with him? Maybe he felt responsible for carrying their weight, carrying their gifts after they died? Because it was heavily suggested that the real Mobius chose to let herself die. So maybe he has Shesa genes too. They have made Kevin way too OP. But it's just interesting that of all forms, that's the one he took. But let's look at everyone's favorite psychopath. You're too late, successor. I never thought I was first of this era to come here, but you're the first to accept my signets. Such irony. My successor is a Hersher who took everything from me. If I could, I would forget my situation and kill you right here and now. I'm not here to make enemies. You know, that's true. As far as we've heard from previous successors and people like Raven, the previous successors that have come to the Elysian Realm have only accepted one set of signets. Is May gonna be the first person to accept all the signets? And if so, how OP is May gonna be in the future of the story? I mean, in chapter 28, the brief period where May shows, she seems pretty OP. She suddenly did something we didn't know she could do, and she decided to stare down God. She feels so cocky with her new power that she's willing to stare down the will of the Honkai. But, yeah, what? I don't know. Yeah, she only met a few, but as far as I know, I think she accepted Eden's. And that's why she's so close with Eden. But, it's interesting to think about. It's not up to you, for sure. But I don't mind making a few more enemies. Be my guest. I love Kalpus. They did such a good job of representing his personality. Hello. Don't talk to Kalpus. Has no one reminded you of this, Hersher? Now you have. Is everyone else in the moths also like you? How could that be? I walked out of the fire and never thought of going back in. The moths. Don't associate my name with it. Oh, good morning, Neko. Everyone, I mean, I'm doing well. I think Bree is going crazy excited about Final Fantasy tomorrow, because they released the full patch notes, and PvP looks really good. I don't know if you play Final Fantasy. But yeah, and I remember, I don't know if we'll see it. I think it was an optional side dialogue in the room. But I know there's one point where we're told that, I think it was Kevin talking about Kalpus, that most of the mantises weren't stable. That most of them had escalating negative effects, kind of like how Kalpus is slowly losing his sanity over time. He was getting worse and worse over time. And May was confused why he was the only one like that. And I believe Kevin says that he wasn't the only one like that. That was the norm. Most mantises, their condition got worse over time. Kalpus is just the only one that survived it. Most of them either went insane or mutated until they died. Which is kind of a scary thing to think about. Because we know there was more mantises. We don't know how many. It's just that there's 13 left. I believe they lost most of them after binding. Most of the mantises, other than the 13, died during binding. So, it's crazy to think. Most of them were like Kalpis. Most of them were kind of going crazy and could barely control their powers. But still, you're here as one of the Flame Chasers. Because they gave me what I wanted. A never-ending war. God, his VA is so good. They picked the perfect Chinese VA for this guy. I don't know how edgy he sounds in Japanese, but God, did they do a good job for the Chinese VA. This man has practiced his edge to an art. Oh boy, he doesn't like talking about his mask. Your mask, I've never seen you take it off. And you should be glad, Hersher. Sounds like you're going to say everyone who's seen my face is dead. No, there's one. The only one. I think I know who that is. Of course you know. He sent you here. A Hersher. Yeah, I can't remember where they said that only 13 survived, but yeah, it was binding that kind of culled everyone else. And I believe it was right after binding that Elysia created the moths. Seems like you're ready to take it off, Kalpis. What makes you think that, Hersher? Oh, I love this VA. I cannot wait. No spoilers. No one tell me what the fight is like. I haven't seen, but I've heard that we're gonna get to fight Kalpis in Chapter 3. I really hope this man is laughing up a storm and cackling in that fight. I hope that he is just living it up in that fight. That would just... I'm pretty sure Flame Chasers and Moths were the same thing. At least from everything before Elysian Realm, they were described as the same thing. The full name was the Moths who chased the flame, and thus they were known as the Flame Chasers. But yeah, if they're separate things, then that might have been something that they changed in the lore, because as far as I know, the Moths and the Flame Chasers is the same thing. You don't have what it takes for me to take it off now. Is he gonna take his mask off in the fight? Are we gonna get to see what's under his mask? Oh, I'm really excited for Chapter 3 now. All this foreshadowing in the old stuff that I don't remember, but now that I think ahead and now that I know a little more, it's exciting to see all this stuff. You've got some nerves, Hersher. Again and again, what? You're dying to find yourself another opponent. Your hostility never changes, Kalpis. Another opponent, that's how you hurt your once partners? I can't outdo his laugh. You've been snooping around, huh? It won't do you any good. Partners? Listen, I never had any partners, and I never will. That's not true. He had one. There was one person that he genuinely cared about. I can't remember the name. We're probably gonna find it out. But there was one name that I know pissed him off because it was someone he cared about. Just disturbing noises. Oh, from the look of things, it's gonna be hard for you to have any partners. But it's not important. Seems that you're not trying to cover up what happened in the past. Cover up. I'm just not gonna do the laughs because they're so good. Snek is the only one who can fully max. Oh, there's no more Mobius in Chapter 3? That's almost disappointing. I kinda want more Mobius lore, but okay. But still gonna go through all of these, and then... Geez, they're already 2.5 hours. We'll see how long it takes. I'll at least do a little bit of Chapter 3. We'll get the intro to Chapter 3. And then... I don't know if we'll get anything on Wednesday, but for sure Thursday we'll get a chance to play through Elysian Realm and see more of the story. What did I put on the schedule? I can't remember. Did I put it on Wednesday or did I only put it on... Yeah, I put it on Thursday. I was going to put it... I couldn't fit it in the title, that's right. So I just put exploring new content. But, yeah. I'll definitely be trying to get through more of this story. Feeling he had something going on. Klein? It does seem he really liked Klein. I don't know if it was like a relationship or maybe they were just close friends. Because, I mean, I guess we don't know what the original Klein was like. If the original Klein was as straightforward as the current one. Because if she was, I could see that being something Kalpis respects. That she's just down to earth to the facts, no lies, just says what it is. But we don't know if the original Klein was like that. But I know some people have theorized that Kalpis and Mobius had a kid or something like that. I know I've heard some people say that. I don't know if I agree with that. That seems a little far-fetched, but... Yeah, I do know, I think I remember Kalpis caring about Klein for some reason, and I don't think it was ever explained. Mm-hmm. Of course, of course. The sooner you learn the better who I really am. Then you'll stop circling around me. Do we know much about where he came from? We've seen a lot of the crazy stuff that happened with him. And the fights. We know that he was like sealed away in a prison and he was taken out to have the surgery. And this is another interesting thing. The man who took off the mask, was he still Kalpis? So is the mask keeping him who he is? There's so much little hinted lore, and I'm curious. Yes, Ashura. Someone did call me this.
但我并不觉得那有什么特殊的
There's no special meaning. It was just the name of the Honkai
恰
beast
好叫这个
I
名字。
integrated with. Oh, did they actually say all of them? I wasn't actually sure if they'd say them all. Let's look at that. Assuras are a class of indigo. Oh no, this might not be what we're looking for. Oh my gosh, it's going through a bunch of characters from things. His might not have... Oh my gosh, Stargate. I'm trying to see. Maybe I'm not gonna find too much. Oh, it could be this then. Same. Something from chapter 3. Keep it on your mind and hopefully we see some of it when I get to chapter 3 stuff. Okay, so they all have some sort of addiction or passion, which makes sense for him. He's obsessed with battle. And the whole multiple face thing kind of makes sense. The fact that they have... That might be their way of including it with the mask. Ah, something from Genshin. We'll get there too. It's interesting seeing all these different gods and stuff as the Honkai beasts. I do know I've seen some lore from Genshin that you guys didn't see me do on stream because it was side stuff technically. I found 2 bosses that were like Abyss Knights, kind of like the ones from, excuse me, kind of like the ones from the Enkonomiya event. And they were talking while fighting them, and they said things before and after. And they were talking about how we didn't belong here, that we should stay away from the gem, which we saw right at the end of my last stream, that apparently a gem from the sky is what's in the chasm. And I know the description for one of them, that was Animo, was saying that this was an Abyss Knight who came from a land of wind, so... Yeah, they had unique titles and names. I don't remember the names off the top of my head. I probably should have. I might have to look that up. And they also dropped, like, black pearls. But I'll probably find out. I also found a side quest. I didn't do the side quest. There was a side quest with Fatui. I'll do that first thing tomorrow morning. Yeah. I found 2 of those night things. One of them was behind a locked door that I found a key for, and the other one was just in a grassy clearing. But I will see when we get there. What kind of Honkai beast was that? I thought you had hunted it down yourself. If I did, there wouldn't be anything left for that lunatic to integrate with me. Yeah, 'cause I know where they are. I know how to get to both those spots. But yeah, they both dropped unique items too. Lunatic. That's the first time I heard you call someone that.
怎么？
What? You think I'm a lunatic myself, and I'm in no position to call someone else that.
不，在我
No,
看来你
you're
并
not
不疯狂，
crazy. You're just full
你
of
只是非
rage.
常愤怒。
Very good description of an Ashura.
你的怒火似乎无
Your
穷无尽，
rage never
永
seems
远
to
都不
run
会
out.
熄灭。
I can't do the laugh. He's so good at it.
没错。
That's right. Until everything is decimated, my burning rage will not
在这一切都
cease.
消殆尽之前，我绝不能让这怒火平息。战斗早就已经没有
Battle
了意
has
义
lost its meaning,
倘
and the
若怒
rage
火
is
一
all
平
I have
息
left.
那
Losing
对
it would be
我
betrayal.
对他们又和背叛有什么区别？
Gwen. Nope. Crazy laughing. While he's laughing, I will drink water. I might have to take a quick break soon. This has been taking a little longer than I thought.
你看起来心情不错。
You seem to be in a good mood.
如果你愿意接受建议
If
的
you're
话，
open to suggestions, you can try to smile more. This helps with your interpersonal relations. Oh my god, May, are you asking to get punched? Oh my gosh.
我试过，但
I
大多数
tried,
人听到
but the most
就
typical
发
reaction was shivers.
我是说更健康一点的
I
效
meant
果。
smiles in a
Just
more
like
friendly way,
Ellie.
just like Ellie. I love how she struggled to say that. She struggled to say you should be more like Ellie. Or Moby.
算了，
Never mind. So,
So,
is there really
除了战斗以
something
外，
that can cheer you
竟
up
然也会有
besides
别的事让
fighting?
你感到这么愉快。
看来你还没发现，
You haven't seen it yourself yet, Hersher. You're
你的确
different.
和其他人不同，变化。
Change is something I
我
haven't
有多
seen
久
for
没
a
见过
long
这种东
time,
西了？
but I saw it on you.
你既然能做到这种事，
Oh.
来，
Come on,
挑战我。
challenge me. Let me
让
see
我
what
看
sets
看
you and the other feeble
这
Hershers
闯入不堪
apart.
的绿者们之间到底有什么区别？
孱弱不堪。
Feeble? That's a fresh comment
我
on
还是第一次见
Hershers.
到有人这样评价绿者。人们常说，
They say fearlessness comes from ignorance.
倩姐，
Help us. How many
人们
Hershers
多
have
多
you
少认识
faced
级
up
别的敌人
against?
了。
As multiple videos? I mean, I can still do that. I can still cut this up. And that might be a good idea. And then I can cut out any time I've talked about Final Fantasy stuff. That might be an idea for people who want to see all this stuff recapped.
是
You
吗？
can try.
你可以试试看。
But yeah, I will say though, I am considering switching to all Twitch streams. I've been looking into how to transfer VODs from Twitch to YouTube, and I've learned that I can actually video edit on Twitch. I can make a highlight on Twitch, and then once that highlight clip is on Twitch, it can be any length. I could literally clip an entire VOD on Twitch, and then I can upload them to YouTube. I might try... We'll see, it might start next week. But I'm probably going to keep doing the visual novel on YouTube the same way. But from now on, story quests, I might do on Twitch, highlight them, and then the day after, upload them to YouTube. I mean, I think I've said it before, right? As much as I like YouTube, and I like the structure of YouTube, it makes streaming feel more professional in a way. It just doesn't work as well. There's no exposure. Like, we have, according to the website, 3 viewers. The numbers on YouTube are very rarely consistent. I find a lot of the times it doesn't count Bree, so there might actually be 4 people. Or there might actually be 3 people. It's really hard to tell sometimes with YouTube. But I mean, on average, I have 10 plus viewers on Twitch, right? And then we get raids and it goes up. I have so much more fun and there's just more communication, more people there on Twitch. I feel like if I stream it on Twitch, we'll get more people there for the live. And then if I clip it and throw it on YouTube, because it'll be a clip and it'll be cut down a little bit, more people will watch it on YouTube that way. But we'll see. I might still occasionally do YouTube streams, but I'm very much considering bad English. I'm very much considering switching to almost entirely Twitch for streaming because it just works better, and YouTube is taking way too long to add new features for streamers. They promised a lot of features last January, over a year ago, and maybe one of them has come, which is clips. Schrodinger was right all along. The cat exists and doesn't exist. Kalpis started to count with his fingers. He ran out of 10 fingers very soon. Kalpis lowered his head and laid his eyes on his shoes. Alright, no need to be exact. I was just asking. Is Kalpis really fought all of the Hershers? Was he actually part of every fight, or does he just not remember? Oh, or he's thinking of, technically they only had 14 Hershers, but the Legion Hersher was 1,000, so he could have fought a lot of the Legion Hershers. And I wonder if he's remembering Klein. Phone, stop it. Stop it.
现在看来，英杰们比起纯粹的战士，还有其他更重要的身份。
I mean, the funny thing is, Bree, when I started on Twitch way back, I was getting 0 viewers and no raids. Like, I feel like Twitch is this weird thing where if you don't have a community already, it's very difficult to grow. I had a few friends coming in every now and then, but there were definitely some streams on Twitch where I had 0 viewers. Or maybe 1 viewer, and it was like you hanging out with me. But with YouTube, I was able to have some permanence with my content, and people eventually found me. And I eventually grew. And when I brought the community from YouTube to Twitch, now my Twitch is much more active because I already have a community, and that community attracts people. I also have experience now. Now that I've streamed for over a year, I know what I'm doing, I know how to talk, I can talk longer and be more energetic. And I feel like it works better. It took, I wouldn't say a year, because I think it was in the fall. I think it was like August or September that I realized I had to change something about my stream. And I think the passion for streaming was kind of lit in like the end of October, beginning November. Yeah. And that's an example too, right? Like a bunch of people found me on YouTube. And yes, I talk like an idiot. I don't know how to talk very well, but I know how to talk better. Leave me and my autism alone. It may be minor, but it still exists, Bree. You make weird decisions with words sometimes, too. I can't even talk now. God damn it. Whatever. Now it seems to be flame chasers are more than just soldiers. You're a rare type among them. What? You meant to say I was the only one who could accomplish nothing but fighting. I know, I said that. but we're better at different kinds of communication. Your communication is more clear, mine is more emotional. But then also unclear, so sometimes the emotions are unclear too. I'm good at understanding emotions, at least. Just not always at portraying them. You can say so if you wish, but it's not exactly easy to be a master fighter. In my time, I've never seen anyone so obsessed with ravaging as you. You laughing? Oh, not yet. They fight to stop fighting, but you, on the opposite, fight to keep on fighting. We almost make up a coherent thought, yeah. If only we could somehow share those things and just bang our heads together, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way, so we just don't understand each other most of the time. Your time is boring as hell. Oh, maybe it's because you're all too weak. That's exactly what puzzles me, Kalpis. Your power is out of proportion. Where did it come from? Friendship, hard work, and victory. None of these seem to be connected with you. You're right. It has nothing to do with you, either. No, power is never my target, but it can serve as a good means to avoid tragedies. Oh, then you should receive the surgery too. There's someone interested in turning a Hersher into a mantis, and you know who. You know that's not the answer I'm looking for. You were already incredibly strong before the surgery. It's interesting because we do find out that Mobius didn't want to turn May into a mantis, so to speak, but wanted to try and steal May's body. And your point being? Save your breath, Hersher. You're not gonna see anyone else like me. Oh, unless you live long enough. Tens of thousands of years, perhaps. Can you do that, Hersher? Unless you live tens of thousands of years. Is he gonna try suggesting that he's really old? Has Kalpis been alive for a really, really long time? I never picked up on that before, but... Huh. We just need to steal some of Otto's clones and remodel them. I'm sure Sneck would be happy. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's something they could potentially do with lore in the future. Oh, that was the end of his. Okay. Well, I used another one. Again, I hope that I didn't just make it so I can't finish Fuhua's, but we will see. There's 4 more to go through. Jeez, how many have we gone through? Only 4? Oh my gosh, we're halfway through. I don't know if we're going to actually get to play and see much of the new story, but we're seeing some of the new things they added. He could be, since he was in a prison, so his past is not known to us yet. That's true. Yeah, he was locked up. Who knows how long he was trapped up. But yeah, before we do Sue's, since his is next, I'm going to take a really quick break. I really badly have to go to the washroom. I might go grab a tea. Hopefully that'll help soothe my throat a little bit. And then we can continue and try and get through the rest of these. Be right back, guys. Get you guys some music. Up. Go. Okay. I will be right back. Bye. Ah, I am back. Hate to interrupt the song, but dang it. I like these songs too much. But we can do that one again later at the end. Assuming I don't need to take another break. I shouldn't, though. But let's keep going with the Buddha's memory for Sue. Grab myself some snacks and my tea. I'm gonna have to wait for that to cool a bit. Does Sue have any new stuff? Nothing that unlocks early. Oops. Ah, that's not the one I want. Sue. Okay. Now to go back through Sue's from the beginning.
你好，来访者。
Hello, visitor.
希望我没有打扰
I
你的
hope I
冥想
didn't disturb your meditation.
请勿在意，
Don't
我只是一
mind
个影
me.
子。
I'm but a shadow, and this
也
place
不过
is
是
no
昨日
more
曾
than a
经的残局。
mirage from yesterday.
往事俱已消散，
The deeds were
逝者亦不
long
复存，
done, and the dust
既
long
无存
settled.
在，何
There's
谈
no
打
such
扰？
thing as disturbing me.
和其他人相比，你还
You
真是
surely
豁
have a
达。
broader mind than anyone else here.
你们都知道自己只是
You all
记忆
know
体
that you're just Sims,
或多或少都有所察觉，
more or
只是接
less.
受与否
Some
和用源
accept
于
it,
谈论的
while
差别。
others deny it.
如今在你面前的我，
I'm only
也
a
不过是
shadow
缩影于
cast
侧
by the
影，
former Sue,
人心的奥
and the
妙
essence of the
就在
human
我们的记忆
mind
延
does
伸。
not lie in replicated memories.
所以不用太在意我们，
So
这是
don't
属于
mind
我们的
us.
时代。
You should be free
不
from
应
the
用天人的话应
interventions of
该
the
是，
past.
如
Elysia
你
and
向艾莉西
Eden
亚
would
或是
say
伊
the
甸看
same.
齐，他们也会给出同样的回答。
And he's always very disconnected. I also just remembered. Did you finally get around to change your browser? No, I didn't. I keep meaning to try it. Every weekend I think about trying it, and then I have so many things I want to do on the weekend that I never get to it. I should honestly just install it and try it. It's not like I have to swap everything over right away. I should probably just install it. I'll probably do that after. Here, you know what? I am going to open the website for Opera GX. I will download it after stream and test it. There we go. I have the website opened. I keep meaning to try it and I keep forgetting. It's not so much about procrastinating. For me, my issue is I like to do things in a way that I think the most important thing gets done first. And so things like that, to me, my current browser works. So that's always been pushed back and pushed back. And I just keep doing other things, but it's something simple to test, so that's good. I look forward to it then.
欢迎来访者。
Welcome, visitor.
你似乎和其他
You
人
seem
不同。
different. I can't sense your desires.
执念是欲求，
Obsessions
希望
and
也是欲
hopes
求。
are both forms of
若心中
desire.
没有期许，
Without any
我
hope,
便不
I
会存
wouldn't
在
be
于这
here.
往事乐土中。
那你的期许是什么？
Then what are you hopeful for?
一个没有崩坏的世界
A，world free from Honkai, just like everyone else here.
是吗？可你好像对外界的现状
Is
毫
that
不关
so?
心。
You seem indifferent to the conditions of the outside
你
world.
告诉了我，
You've told me.
什么？
What?
既然有来此寻求
You
答案
came
之人，
looking for answers, which is solid proof that the pioneers' plans all failed.
没关系。你的到
It's
来
fine.
同样证明了
Your
地上
coming
火
also
种已被点
indicates
燃，
that the kindling was lit.
终有一日，
One day, people of your
这个时代的
time will
人们
embark
都
on
会
it
领悟当
on the
前的道
journey
路。
too.
他们未必会沿着你们指
They
引的
won't
方向前进。
necessarily follow your path,
那也是万千抉择的
but
意
that's
志。
still their choice,
你们所做的
humanity's
选择，
choice as a whole.
我相信
I believe
人类的后
humanity's
代皆是
wisdom
由来
can be
相传的。
passed on, and I hope your journey proves to be more
祝愿你
fruitful
们
than
能走得
ours.
比前人更远。
The next one is the one that gives the
轩轡
leaf.
界四周，每一片树叶的凋零，都宣告着一
Every
个世
withered
界的终
leaf
结。
signifies a dying world.
枯叶飘落，
Leaves drift
消
off
散，
from the branches
终于
and
无存之
dissolve
海
into
中，
the sea.
化作幻梦泡影。
He's literally just talking about the imaginary tree there. The withered leaves are bubble universes that have fallen off the tree. Specifically bubble universes that have fallen off the tree, because we've learned there's bubble universes that have nothing to do with the tree. Apparently there's bubble universes that just form, because we saw that in the Durandal visual novel. They were talking about that. How some worlds form from leftovers of other worlds. And then they drift off from the branches and dissolve into the sea.
但对于这片只有记忆的
But
天地，
here in the Elysian Realm, where only memories exist, it means something different. I've been laughing about that for a while, Neko, because I told it to Bree, I think last night, that they keep adding fancy rewards for the teapot. They added all the little dolls and stuff to the new event, and no one can use them. You're not allowed to use them. I really hope that this maintenance on the teapot means that they're totally changing some things. They're going to make it better. Because it really needs to be better. But if they make it a lot better, then it's worth delaying being able to use it. At least we can still go to it, so people who decorated already, at least we have one. We'll see. But here in the Elysian Realm, where only our memories exist, it means something
正
different.
因为所有的
Every
景色都是
scene
过去，
is from the past,
新疆
and
中国的
time
世界
forever
被
stays
定
at
格
the
在消
last
亡的瞬
moment
间，
before the apocalypse.
重复着记忆里无始无终的时光。至于我，这
For
代表
me,
永无
it
停
means
息的
eternal
嗯
聆听
listening, meditating, and
与
remembering.
铭记。聆听生命的啼
Listening to
哭
the cycle
归
of
结
birth and
悲欢
death.
离合。冥思世界的诞生
Meditating on the
消弭
rise and fall
周
of
而
the
复始
world.
铭记我等的善举
Remembering the
恶
good
行
and evil we've
巨
done.
细无遗。 来访者，你似乎心有疑问。
Visitor, you seem to have doubts. You
但
can
说
tell
无妨
me.
你和凯文是旧识，对吗？
You knew Kevin from
你们
before,
在加入
right?
烛火之鹅
You
契
met
约
each
中认识
other
彼此。
before joining the Moths.
他
He's
是
my
我的挚
friend,
友，
and always
一直
will
如此。
be.
我看到了你们的过去，
I saw your past,
你也让我知晓了他的未
and you
来。
cast light on his future for me.
你现在依旧觉得他还
Do
是
you
他
still
吗？
think he's the old Kevin?
凯文的选择正确与否，
Kevin's
自有后
decisions
世
are
的人来
left
评
for
说。
later generations to judge.
但我相信，
But I believe no
总是
matter
斗
how
转星
time
移，
changes us,
人心
there
中
are
还是会
certain
有些
parts
不
of
会
the
被
human
磨损、
mind that don't get
不会被
chipped
改变
away.
的部分。
I wonder if the Sim knows about Project Regulator. I would guess not. Project Regulator was probably after the Sims were formed. Well, I mean, after they're formed, of course, but it was probably after the last sync. Because I think Project Regulator was around the same time. Like, it was probably a little before, but I think he was given it around the same time that May created the Kaslana baby.
这也是觉者的答
This is
案。
the answer from the awakened one.
这是苏的回答。
This is the answer from Sue.
访者，看来你已习惯了这里。
Hey. Hi, visitor. You seem to be accustomed to everything here.
差不多吧。
More or
除了你的
less,
某位朋友，
except for
实在
certain
让人捉摸不
unpredictable
透。
friend of yours.
艾莉西亚吗？
Elysia? I'm sorry.
我也无法猜
I
出她
don't
心
know
中
what's
所
been
想。
on her mind either.
你不是精神感知型的融合战
Aren't you a
士吗？
psychic mantis?
很
You're
擅
good
长
at
洞悉
reading
人心的。
minds, right?
不是不愿，实为不能。
I can't do it on her.
Elysia 是特别
Elysia
的。
is special.
就连
Even
被
the
冠以
flame
千里
chaser
之名的
bearing
另
the
一位战
signets
士
of
也无
discipline
法为她
can't
画下约束。
restrain her. Really? That's interesting. Also, I'm noticing that a lot of the flame chasers do kind of align well with various Hershers. Like obviously Sue would be I could see Sue being associated with sentience. But discipline sounds a lot like binding. Fellis is a flame chaser, yes. Fellis is one of the 13. The reason she has cat ears is because of her surgery. The surgery that creates a mantis causes side effects, kind of like Sakura's long, thin fox ears. I don't know the name of them yet, actually, but it's something you unlock as part of Chapter 3. No. Discipline is, as far as I know, discipline is, Aponia. Aponia is the signets of discipline. Kevin is, oh, what was it? Deliverance. Kevin is Deliverance. But as far as I know, Aponia is the signets of discipline. And the thought that Aponia, which is supposed to be one of the scariest psychics in the Flame Chasers, can't control Elysia? Who the hell is Elysia?
在见过这么多性格迥异的人之后，我反倒觉得
After seeing so many different members of the Flame Chasers, I think you're the odd one out of the group.
在末世之中，强欲和执
When the
念
world's
容易带
demise
走
is
成年
nigh, strong desires
如果
and
这个是我这样的
obsessions
人，
can make one go further. The moths need individuals like that.
我曾是一名医
I was
师
a， doctor, and I hope to
救助
ease
世人便
people's
是我的渴
pain
望
and heal their wounds.
想要减
Maybe
轻众人
this
的苦
is
难
my obsession.
想要治愈他们的伤痕。
但你最后却被托付
But
了
in the
更多的
end,
衡
you
山计
alone
划
were entrusted with Project Veluca.
我并不孤独，
But I am not alone.
你不会在意外面发生的事吗？比如未来的你身在何方？
Don't you care about what's happening outside, where the future you is, or what he is doing?
我会看见多少世界，
How many worlds
产
can
生何
I
种思
see?
考，
How
经历
would
不可知
I
的时
reflect
光
on them
洞观不
after
可数的
endless
可
time
能
and
我的
possibilities?
思想又是
Would
否会
my
发生改变？
mind change? It's so interesting seeing his reactions to this philosophical idea to everyone else's. Because May asked them earlier, are you really just a sim, or are you someone new? And like, in my mind, I gave my answer. They're new people. These are all clones. Sure, they have the memories of the people on the outside, but technically they're new people with those memories. They have similar personalities, but they're technically all different. And he's kind of referencing that, the idea of I, when it comes to philosophy.
很可惜，依存于此地的
Unfortunately,
我
there's no way for
没
me
有
to
感知
find
这
the
些疑问的
answers
可能，
here, because it's not him.
但我相信身为同样的存在，
But I believe the real Sue will stick to
会
the
沿着自
path
己
he's
选择的路
chosen.
前进。
这也是你所预见的结果。
Is that your prediction?
我无法预见自己的
I
未
can't
来，
predict my own
只是一
future.
种希
It's
望。
just a hope.
和所有
Like
人一
everyone
样，
else, I too
我相信
have
自己的信念。
obsessions.
若有朝一日，
If someday
你
fate
与我
brings
未
the
来和我
future
相
me
会，
to you,
就替
you
我去
can
求
find
得
the
这一问的回
answers
答
for
吧。
me. Nope. Fate brought future you to Bianca. In the previous era, you were exposed to Honkai very early, in the form of a disease. Yes, doo-doo.
没错，
Sorry for the creaky chair. Trying to find a comfortable place to sit. That's better. That's correct.
可是
But
那种无
how
药
did you
可医的
manage
病
to
症，
conquer this
你们究竟
incurable
是如何战胜
illness?
它的？似乎从某个节点开始，
It seems
这种
from a
对似过
certain
很多人
point
生命的
this
灾难，
death-bringing
就再也
disaster
没有人
had
提
never
起
been
了。
brought up again.
答案很简单，来访者，
The answer is simple. We never did.
我们的确找到过
We
一种
did,
合理的
however,
方
find
式
a way to keep
能让
very
极
few
少的感染者
infected
继续
going,
前行，
but their
可他们所
path was
走的
paved by the
是
dead.
逝者铺就的道路，这也是我最无可接受的失败。
That was a failure I
最不
cannot
可原谅的
accept,
罪
a
行。
sin I cannot condone. If I remember right, there was a story about a kid who died Sue was trying to save or something like that? I can't remember. There was someone who died when Sue was trying to save them. Yeah.
抱歉，我不该提起这件事。
Sorry for bringing this
不
up.
必介怀，来访者。
Don't mind it, visitor.
我从没有
I
时常
never
忘记这
tried
些
to
事，
forget.
无需他人提醒。
I always
我
keep
自
the
己也
name
会
of
将
every
每一位逝者
deceased
的
in
名字
mind without
铭记
anyone
在心。
reminding me.
那场灾疫之所以在无
The
人知
reason
晓，
why it wasn't
是
mentioned
因为与崩
anymore
坏
was
之
the
后的作为
casualties
相比，
inflicted by
它所
Honkai
带来的伤
later
害
far
已经
outweighed
不
it.
值一提了。于我而言，
For me, it was a
那是一
lifelong
生未能
regret,
消解的
but
业
for
障。
Honkai, it was merely a
可对于
humble
崩坏，
beginning.
那仅仅是一个开始，甚至不足以留下痕迹。
Yeah, this has been really interesting to see.
我们曾认为，牺牲
We
千人
deemed
拯
it
救一人难以接
unacceptable to
受，
save one life at the cost of 1,000, but in the end, even that became a bargain.
我明白了，
I see.
多谢。
Thank you.
请留步，来
Hold
访者。
on, visitor.
嗯，
Hmm? I believe it's karma at work. Kevin
这
sent
便
you
是
here
因
for
果。
answers, right?
是
How
凯
is
文
he
让你来
now?
到这里寻求答案。圣痕计划
Has
已经开
Project
始了。
Stigma begun?
没错，
Yes.
感谢你，来访者
Thank。you, visitor.
怎么了？
What?
如果需
I
要，
can be more
你可以问得
specific
再
if
详
you
细一
wish
些。
so.
没什么，
No need. I've
所
had
经受
enough
的失败
failures, and I
已
won't
经足够
mind
多
one
了。
more.
但愿这一次失败
May this failure bring
也
its
有
own
其意
meaning.
义。
Okay, now I'm starting to think maybe he does know about Project Regulator. I wonder if he's saying that, well, I failed. I failed Project Regulator. I didn't hold stop, Kevin. But yeah, Neko, one thing we saw early on, because I know you came partway through, but they apparently hinted at Alicia and her being the 13th, all the way at the level 6 one for Kevin. Way in chapter 1, they hinted at it. And that still blows my mind. They hinted it so early. We didn't notice it back then. We thought he was talking about someone else. But once you piece together everything from the end of chapter 2, it's like, holy crap, Kevin was talking about that back in chapter 1. Yeah, it could have been right before they went to cold sleep. And it would make sense considering what what Mobius did in Chapter 2 and how she reacted when she learned about the real Mobius.
来访者，你为何感到困惑不解？
Visitor, what is your confusion?
我确信自己没有显露一丝一毫，
I believe I didn't show at
能
all.
够感知别人
You
的心绪。
can read people's mind.
我曾是医者，了解
I
病人的
used to
想
be a
法是必
doctor,
要
and it
的。
was my job to know what was on my
在接受
patient's
超微手
mind.
术后，这种已经
Metamorph
内形
surgery
成的感官
amplified my
也被切
senses.
实放大了。这并非我的本意。
I didn't mean to intrude, though. I could turn my senses off, if you wish so. Yeah, not even her. And I think everyone assumed that he meant the original Himiko. At least during Chapter 1, that's what I thought. But now that we've done Chapter 2, when I reread that, I was like, oh my god, he's talking about Alicia. It makes you wonder just how much did Alicia mean to him? For him to always be talking about her and to reminisce about what happened.
没关系，
It's alright. You wouldn't tell me in the first place if you planned to use it against me.
不过
But
这
I've
的确
had
也
this
是我一直以
doubt
来的
all
疑问。
along.
说是更为达观
You
也
appear
好，
more wise and
更具智慧也好。
philosophical. Anyway, you're quite different from your
在
peers
英
in
杰当
terms
中
of mentality.
你在思想这一层面似乎显得不太一样，这也是你作为精神感知型
Is
融合战士
this
的
a
特质吗？
trait later acquired as a
你在接
psychic
受手术之
mantis?
前就已经
Or
这
before
么
the surgery, you were already this?
这么？抱
This...
歉，
Sorry,
我
I
一时
can't
之间
find
找
the
不到
right
合适的形
words.
容。
好大疾风，神神道道。来访者，
Pretentiously mysterious. Is that what you wanted to say, visitor?
这
无需介怀。
Don't mind it. You're not the first one to make such a remark. Yeah. That's what we were saying earlier. It's really crazy how well they drop these hints, and the hints don't mean much until we get the full picture, and then everything kind of just clicks in place.
在他人看来，的
In
确
the
是超变
eyes
身
of
触发我的
others,
性
it
格发
was
生了变
indeed
化。
the metamorph surgery that altered my personality.
在此之前，我曾和众人
Before
一
it,
样，
my mind
有
used to
过反思，
fluctuate with worldly
却也能
gains
一
and
笑
losses,
带欢乐
just like
情绪起
everyone
伏。
else.
我与其他精
I
神感知型融
communicated
合
with
战
other
士
psychic
进行过
mantis
交流，
warriors. Some believed
有
it
些人
was
认为这是
enlightenment,
开悟，
while others
有些
regarded
人
it
则
the
认为
loss of true
他们
self.
因此失去了真实的自我。
那你又
Then,
如何
how
看
do
待这
you
一点
reckon
呢
it yourself,
苏？
Sue?
如果我说真的得到
If
了
I
一种
was
不同
led
的
to
视野，
unique perspective, I
那么
believe this is the
这就是
trade-off
我
I
必
had
须
to
付
make.
出的代价了吧？窥见道路的所
Having
在，
found the path,
却永
but
远
not
无力
being
亲
able
身
to
走
tread
上前
upon it
去，
myself,
这比迷
this
途
is
失
far
路
more
更让人
disheartening
心
than
灰意
getting
冷。
lost.
但相比起来，
But I should consider
我已经
myself
足够幸运
lucky.
了。
I've seen worse victims
思维能
suffering
够让我们付
from
出的代
having a
价何等
profound
深重，
mind.
我也曾见到过更加严酷的牺牲者。
Mobius. Because we have seen Mobius's story. We'll get... I think that's next. But as far as we know, Mobius was born, essentially, a genius. No one... I don't think they ever explained how or why, but she was literally born with the ability to speak. She was born intelligent. And of course, that made her life a lot more difficult, because, oh my god, it's a talking baby. Oh, and that was the end of his. Again, I really hope I'm not screwing myself for finishing all of these, but we'll see. Oh no, Mobius is after Sakura. Does Sakura have any new ones? No, she does not. Does anyone have any new ones? I'm now curious. Nope. Does Fuhua have any new ones? Nope, she doesn't even have a new one for the end of the chapter, so I guess Fuhua might not be as major of a character in the story this time around. But let's look at Sakura's memory.
不知道你的旅途是否顺利，但你至少看上去并无大碍。
I don't know how you fared, but at least you're still in one piece. I did have them maxed, so that's good to know. Is chapter 2 really short? Chapter 2 is focused on Mobius. So it only really included like 3 or 4 of them much. But some of them barely had anything to do with chapter 2. So that's probably why. But yeah, as far as I remember, chapter 2 was technically a little shorter than chapter 1. Yes, I'm fine. The Elysian Realm is riddled with unknown enemies, but it turned out to be a valuable experience. And, if I'm not mistaken, you've faced all of them before, right? The funny fact about this is that technically all the enemies in the Elysian Realm up to this point, I'm pretty sure have been things we've seen before. There hasn't been anything new. I think that's changing with chapter 3, but I mean, if anything, at least you're learning the story. If you want to rush the story, Bree, and get through it quicker, unless it tells you to finish the story at some point, like it did when you had to fight Alicia, you can kind of cheat. If you play on one of the easier difficulties, get to the first store, and then leave and finalize, getting to the first store is all you have to get to in order for it to count as you playing. Okay, so the story chapters in chapter 1 are done. You don't need to get all the side dialogue. Don't torture yourself with the side dialogue. If you're done with the main story of chapter 1, you can start doing chapter 2. And chapter 2 should be relatively shorter, I believe. A lot of that side dialogue is just lore stuff, but you should be able to do chapter 2 once you finish the main story of chapter 1. If you can't, that's kind of messed up.
有些是，有些不是。
Only some of them. You're not the first to come here, and everyone who came before left unique marks. The Elysian Realm changed them, and in return, they changed the realm, including the enemies. Sorry, that's the best answer I can give you right now. If you run into Sue, he might give you a better explanation. I think the thing is that the first chapter encompassed like 3 major patches. And so there was a lot of optional dialogue for people to interact with because it was there for so long. So that might be why there's just that many. Yeah, you can get a lot of them much faster now, because it used to be only 1 per run that you could get, and now you can see like 4 or 5 at a time. So I mean, if you wanted, you could grind out on chapter 1 and try and get more of the stories, but as far as I know, if you finished the main story thing and it tells you that there's nothing left, then you can start doing chapter 2. Sorry, that's the best answer I can give you right now. If you run into Sue, he might give you a better
我或许已经明
explanation.
白了。
I think I understand.
不，
No,
现
you
在你
don't
对
know
乐土的
nearly
了解
enough.
还远远
Don't
不够。
jump to
在
conclusions.
与乐土中的敌
When
人战
fighting
斗时，
enemies in the Elysian
你
Realm,
甚至可能会
you can
观察
even
到我们
sense
曾
the
经恐
fear
惧，
and the inner darkness we
和内
once
心的阴影。
experienced.
那是远比敌
That's
人本身
something
更为可
far
怕
more
的东西。
terrifying than your
你一定要多加
enemies.
小心。
You must guard against it.
这是什么意思？
What does that mean?
牙医小姐，
In your eyes,
在你
which is
看
more
来，
difficult
斩杀一只崩
to
坏
kill
兽
a Honkai
比斩杀
beast
一名普通
or a
恶魔
human villain?
哪个更崩坏兽？
A Honkai beast.
不，是
No,
斩杀一名恶徒更
killing a
难。
villain is more
为什
difficult.
么？
Why?
因为即使快至刹那
Even
之
with a
际，
blade as fast as
你还是
Setsuna,
无
you
法
can't
斩断
kill
那
the
恶徒心
evil
中
in
的
the
恶
heart
意，
of a villain.
如躯复骨。
It's like a stain that never
藕断丝连。
washes off. Yeah, and you have to deal with the fact that you're killing a person, too.
刹那之名，
Signet of Setsuna.
我不知道这样问是否合
Somehow
适，
it's hard for me to
但
grasp
它
its
的含
meaning.
义理解困难。比起其他刻印，它反而要浅薄很多。
Hard? On the contrary, it's much more obvious than the others, in my mind.
在我看来，
For me,
它应
it
该代表许多
embodies
更
much
深
more
的意
meaning
义。
than the obvious, only I've not fully
我还
understood.
未能参透。不，
No, I
我想
think
是你
that's a
误会了，
misunderstanding,
牙医
Miss
小姐。
Raiden.
虽然刻印的寓意
It was
最终是
Elysia
由
who
艾莉西亚
decided
决
the
定。
meaning of the signet, but it was
但它
never
并非那
meant
么
to be
复杂。
complicated.
我曾说
As I
过，
said,
刹
Setsuna
那
is
是
a
一种记
technique
忆，
of razor-sharp
而它所蕴含的
focus.
所有，为了求生，
I once
曾钻研
explored a
出
myriad of martial arts, but in the
但到
end,
最
the
后，
only thing that
我
left
仅有却也最实
was
用的，
Ito, the
不
single
过只此
blade
一道。
swing.
我能理解，极致
I understand. Pursuing the extreme is a lot harder than trying everything.
是啊，
Yeah,
或
that's
许这
probably
就是
why
为
the
什么刹
signet
那
of
之名
Setsuna never
从未
found
真
its
正找
worthy
到过它的后继
successor.
者。
It takes prolonged
彼此对
training
簿
rather than sudden
也许它更
enlightenment.
需要漫长的磨砺。啊，对了，
Ah,
也许
right.
这不是能沟通
Maybe
的
it's
真
not a
理，
universal truth, but
但
it
至少在
speaks
剑
for
术
my
上
discovery
算
in
是我的一笔
Kenjutsu
清白。
training.
所谓的清洁神速，
To achieve
在别人看
unmatched
来，
speed is to
其实只
stretch
是
a
让一个瞬
moment
间
as long as
在
you
自己眼
can,
中变得越来越漫长而已。快的要诀，反而是慢。
so the essence of fast is slow.
没错，你的悟性很高。或许这也是物极
That's
必反
right.
的其中一
You're a
面。
fast learner. I
我
myself
自己也
cannot
是一知半
articulate
解，
the theory very
只
well.
是能够做
I'm
到吧，
better at practice.
那已经很了不起了，
That's very impressive already.
是吗？
Is it so? Well, I hope you can also
希望你
improve
也能在
before
离开之
leaving this
前
place.
有所进展吧。如果能够做到的话，
If you can do that, maybe I'll try to
我
show
会
you
试着
the
把自
blade
己从未
move
有
that I
机会
never
使出的
used
那一剑
before.
交予你，
It may help you.
它会对你有所帮助的。
Aww. I think we know what move that is. 'Cause she did use it. It's just that she died after using it, so she never got to sink it. Her ability to literally cut the fabric of time so that she could move faster than her opponents. We saw that all the way back in chapter 12. In Kevin's memory. Kevin saw her use it.
别来无恙，
Long time no see.
又见面了，鹰。
We meet
我很
again,
少会在这里
Sakura.
看到你。
I rarely see you here.
我和其他鹰结确
I'm
实
not
没有
exactly a
共情，
sociable person.
更何况
And for us
对于
flame
现在的我们来
chasers,
说，
communication has
交流
lost
已
its
经没有任
point.
何意义了。存在于此的我们，
We're
早
not
已无
able
法
to
像你一
change
样再去
anything
改变
now.
些什
The
么。
dust has long
并且
settled.
也许你不需要这么悲观。
Maybe you don't have to be so pessimistic.
在我看来，
To me, the
乐土的
Elysian
传
Realm
承本身就是
symbolizes
一种改
change
变。
itself.
无
For
论是
you
对我们
flame
这些鹰界，
chasers, and
还
for
是对我们
us
这些来访
visitors.
者，都是如此。而且，我觉得
And
有时候，
I feel like
其
you
实
can
你也
learn
可以和你
something
那位
from
战
that
友学
comrade
习一
of
下。
yours.
你是说千劫吗？
You mean Kalpus?
Mm.
Yeah, I believe he's in the
他
Elysian
现在
Realm
应该
right
也还
now,
在乐土中的
slaughtering
某处
enemies.
与敌人厮杀着吧？
I
我
figured
想
as
也是。
much. Thank you,
谢谢你
Miss Ryden.
牙医小姐。怎么说呢？
You look cold and distant,
我没
but
想到
actually
看起来
have
如
a
此有
gentle
尊严
heart.
竟然也会是一个如此温柔的女孩。你只说后半句
You
也可以
know,
的。
I wouldn't mind if you left out the first half of that sentence.
抱歉
Sorry.
啊，差点忘
I
记了。
almost forgot.
我今
I
天来
came with a
是
gift
准
for
备了一
you,
份礼物给
gentle
你，
girl.
请这是花
A。flower?
嗯，
Yes,
它
it's
的
a
名字是
forget-me-not.
以前每次任务结束的时候，
Before the end of each
在返程
mission,
之前，
I'd leave a few of
我都会在
these
附近留
before I
下几
went
朵这
back.
样的小花，或许只是一种仪式感吧。
Just a small ceremony to bring the
但
mission
那时
to
的
a
我总觉
close.
得，自己应该在任务结束的时候做点什么，就像是一场葬礼。
More like a funeral for the people I killed and the part of me that died with them.
看起来你还是那么冷静。在后继者中，
You still look very
也算是很
calm,
少见
and
的
that's
女人。
rare among all the successors.
也许是我的目的不同吧。
Maybe it's because I have a different goal. Calmness shouldn't be a rare quality.
的确，
Indeed, you came to explore, they
大
came
多
to
数人的态
demand.
度更像是
They
祝福
didn't wear that on the face,
虽然
though.
他们似乎都想在这里得
They
到
all
些什么，
tried to obtain something
为
here,
此可以不择
and
手
to
段，
achieve
肆意
this,
牺牲。
they left no stone
所以
unturned.
他们
That's
比你要
why
脆
they're
弱得
much
多。
more vulnerable than you.
从你的形容来看，他们并不脆弱，也比我更有走向远处的可能。
From your words, they don't seem vulnerable, and I can't say it's impossible for them to go further than me. No, I'd say they're pretty vulnerable if they're going to turn over any stone, including, you know, Mobius.
一个人有没有想要守护的东西，
I can tell if
是我
someone
还是
has
能够看
something
出
to
来的。
protect, and that sets you
仅从这一
apart
点，
from the others.
你就和他们有所不同。我一向认为，
I've always held the
真正给
belief
予一
that
个
what
人力
truly
量的，
empowers
恰
someone
恰是
is
他
the
无论何
weakness
时都不
they'd
愿牺
never
牲的
give
软
up.
肋。那些能够为了什么牺牲一切的
Those who
人，
never hesitate to
就像是
sacrifice anything.
无毛的
They're
船，
like ships without an anchor.
他们的力量并不可靠，是吗？
Yeah, I beg to differ on this. In my mind, weaknesses put you in a disadvantageous position.
软肋，
And yet, why are
在
you a
一些时
Hersher,
候
May?
它或许会让人
What
受到掣肘，
weakness
束
motivated
手束
you
脚。
to do what you're doing now? You were always under the impression that the Snick was one of the weaker ones. I don't know if they've ever really confirmed that or not, but it's not so much about how strong or weak you are. It's about... Like, it comes down to a saying when it comes to fighting, strength isn't everything. Wisdom means much more. And she has more wisdom than almost anyone in the realm and out of the realm. And she will manipulate and trick people. And a lot of people willing to turn over a lot of stones. They may fall victim to her. But yeah, it definitely seems like a lot of the other ones are definitely, like, combat-wise stronger. And it makes sense. She doesn't really fight. But at the same time, as far as we know, before her surgery, she was able to beat Shesa. Because the area where the snake was quarantined off. But she snuck in and killed it herself to collect its eye and blood, and that's what she used on herself as far as we know. Yes, but you have to remember that she got that trait from the treatment that she did. Before the treatment, as far as we know, she collected the eye and blood of Shesa herself. Oh my gosh, Bree. Definitely seems like it. But yeah, this isn't from the Elysian Realm. This was an event cinematic, I believe, that came out with her. At least I think it might have been one of the written stories in the Elysian Realm. But as far as we know, Mobius is the one that killed Shesa, collected its eye and blood. And that is what was used in her surgery, which means she wasn't immortal yet when she killed it. So she has to have some level of strength in combat. I feel like all the flame chasers are just monsters, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was on the lower half, but I think she's still pretty damn strong. It's alright, I'm not trying to convince you. But, Sakura, there'll be times when we can't avoid. If one day we fail to protect our weaknesses, what happens then? Well, at that point, it won't matter anymore. At least when you're trying to protect it, you'd give anything you have. Yeah. We saw what happened to Sakura when she lost what she was trying to protect. She lost all meaning. She didn't know what to do with herself because her sister was gone.
鹰，虽然你说自己常常独自一人执行任务，但在鹰节中，你似乎也不是心理上最离群的那一类
Sakura,
人。
you told me you were a loner, but out of all the flame chasers, you don't strike me as the most psychologically detached.
就连千劫这样难以相处的人，
Even someone as difficult as Kalpus has a lot of shared memories with you.
也许越是我们这样的人，
Maybe it's just people of the same type are naturally drawn towards each other,
至于往
and
事，
memories are not
它
necessarily
并非都是愉
pleasant.
快的。但就结果而言，这已经
But
非常
still,
了不
it's
起
a
了。
remarkable feat that I can
至少
never
我做
hope
不
to
到。
achieve.
没什么，
If you were part of the
只是拥有
team
共
of
同的往事。
3 back then,
如果
you'd see
姚
how
一小姐
insignificant
也在那
this
时
feat
参与过
was.
三人小队的计划，什么意思？
What do you mean?
对我们来说，
For us,
战胜敌
defeating
手团队有
Hershers
一
was
个目
not the
的，
sole aim.
减少或避免这
Reducing
一
our
过程中
loss
造
in the
成的损失
process was
和
also
伤亡，
important,
也是重要
but
的
it
目标。
couldn't be done alone.
但这不是任何一个英杰能独自做到的事情，因此，
So,
在这个称
long
号给
before
艾丽西亚
Elysia
提出之
gathered
前，
us, some
一些
Mantis
较为出色
warriors had
的勇
already
敢战士
worked in
就
groups.
已经在尝试以多人小队的形式进行磨合了。也就是说，互补短
So
长。
that everyone can focus on the part they do best?
是的，
Yes, to
为了找
determine
到
the
最合
best
适的
form
形
of
式，
teamwork, we
小队的人
experimented a
数和
lot.
组合都
Even
做出
I
许多
had to
尝试，
mingle with the others
即
despite
便
my
没有
lack
兴
of
趣，
interest.
也不得不和其他战士接触。很多英杰之间的
And
合
for
作
many flame
也仅仅
chasers,
是在那时完成。
cooperation only took place during that period.
那后来
So,
呢？
what happened then?
这种
Seems
小队形式
teamwork
似乎
didn't
相当有用，
last.
但听上
The
也
tragedy
说
of
这才是结
binding
束了
put
一
an
切。
end to it. Teamwork
自那以
lost
后
its meaning ever
小
since.
队已经不再拥有意义了。任何一场灾难，都
Every
要压上人类的
disaster
全
took
部
it,
才能堪堪胜利。
everything we had to defeat, and in the end, we couldn't even
我
afford
们
to
甚
put
至连压
everything
上
at
全部的
stake.
资格都已经失去了。
Yeah, binding messed them up.
有一个问题，我不知道向你询问是否合适。
I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to ask, but
只有说出来，我们才能知
I'll
道。
know if it is after I hear the question. Let her say it then.
好吧，
All right.
如果
You
觉
don't
得有
have to
些冒
answer
犯，
if you don't if you
可以选
find
择
it
不回答。
offensive.
如今的人们
How do people
是怎
today
样
view
看待绿者的？
Hershers?
很复杂。
It's complicated. In the eyes of most, Hershers are humanity's worst
是人
enemies.
类最可怕的敌人。但绿者
But
是
I
否
don't
就一
agree
定会
with
与
the
人类为
argument
敌？
that Hershers are
我认
natural
为
enemies
倒
of
也不尽
humanity.
然。啊，
No.
在成为绿者这件
Becoming
事
a
上，
Hersher
我
wasn't
没
a
有选择
choice
的
for
余
me,
地。
but I can decide
但
how to
如何
use
去使
this
用这份
power.
力量，我除了你以外，
Did anyone else
还有
manage to
其他人
control
做
their
过类似的
powers
事
like
吗？
that?
嗯，但这
Yes,
并不容
but
易。
it's not easy. To
为了
fight
与那种
against
意
the
志
will
抗
of
争，
Honkai,
他
they
们
did
倾尽
everything
全
they
力，
could and
也
paid
付
a
出了非
steep
常沉重的
price.
代价。他们真令人吃惊。
That's really impressive.
其实我也想过，
Actually, it has also occurred to me that Hershers are not necessarily enemies.
在对于绿者的
You
看
don't
法
seem to
上，
have a unified
你们
opinion
之
on
间似
Hershers
乎也
among
存在着不小的
yourselves.
分歧。我曾经和
I
凯文
once
也
brought
提
it
起
up
过
to
这件事，
Kevin, but he...
但凯文
Before my sim was created, he had participated in the neutralization of
他
at
就已经
least
参与
5
歼灭了至少
Hershers.
5名绿者。原来如此，
That explains it.
那也即便是他，
Without a firm
如果没有
conviction,
抱定那样的决
even
心，
he couldn't have
恐怕
done
也无
that.
法做到吧。为了战胜崩坏，
Defeat Honkai, all Hershers must be killed. That's the belief
这里的
held
大
by
多数
almost
人
everyone
都
here.
是抱持着这样的信念一路走过来的。那他们又为什么会选择
Then
来
why
帮助
would
我
they
这个绿
choose to
者
help
呢？
me, a Hersher? It is kind of an interesting thing about why do they help her. Oh, the locket. And we checked, right? None of them had any other written stuff. See the next one.
牙医小姐，
Miss
在现
Ryden,
在这个
in
时
your
代，
time, do you still have
还存在
flowers
着像
like
这样的
this?
花吗？
In Sakura's hand, Mei saw a withering sakura blossom, spotted with scarlet splashes. It
虽然样
looks
子稍微有
slightly
些不同，
different, but I think
但
that's a
我想
sakura in your hand.
这应该也是樱花的一种吧。
The thing you're named after.
以前
We
我
used
家
to
的
have a
庭院
large
里
sakura
就有
tree
一
in
棵
our
很大
yard.
的樱树。每到樱花盛
When
开
it
的时候，
bloomed, my father and
我
I
都会
would
和
sit
父亲
together in the
一起坐在
yard,
庭院
drinking
里
tea,
饮
looking at the
茶
blossoms.
赏樱。
Thinking of, I haven't drinking any of my tea yet. Is it a good temperature now? Yep. Still warm, but not scalding.
可后来，
Later, father went away, and no one took
或
care
许
of
是
it.
父
The
亲不在
tree
了以后，
slowly died.
太久没有人照顾它的原因吧？是吗？
Really, I'm
真可惜。
sorry.
其实
In fact, it's
我
been
已
a
经
long
很久没
time
有见
since I
到过樱
last
花
saw。 Sakura. He
最后
was on
一
the
次
way to a mission together
还
with
是在和仙姐
Kalpis.
一起执行任务的路上。那时
We had just
我们虽然
defeated
站
the
上了约
Hersher
束
of
这一
Binding
场，
at that time,
但面
but it
对
was a
那样
bitter
可怕的胜
victory,
利，
and I was not in the mood to
我实在
enjoy
是
it.
没有停下来赏樱的心情。实不相瞒，
To tell you the
就
truth,
连你现在所看到的
even
这
this
支樱
one
花，
was given to me
都是
by
樱店送给
Eden,
我的。一支染血的樱花，
a
这不像是
bloodstained
一店的风
Sakura,
格。
not Eden's style.
也许
Maybe she
还是在
learned
哪
about
里
my
得着
old
了我过去
habit
的习
from
惯吧。
somewhere.
伊甸说，
Eden
这
told
朵
me
花
the
上的血迹对
bloodstains
我来
meant a
说所
lot
以
to
非
me,
凡。
but she wouldn't
但当我追
explain.
问他的时候，他又什么都不愿意说了。
Did Eden give Sakura that after Rin? Because of course they can't tell Sakura what happened, they're worried about it. But did Eden make a forget-me-not for Sakura because Sakura passed away with the issue with Rin?
过去的习惯
Your old habit of leaving
是不忘我
forget-me-nots.
吗？虽然
Yes,
后来
I
我
rarely
已经很少会
considered
在
that
海
my
岸做自
symbol
己的
from
象
then
征，
on, but I still
但
kept
我
the
所做
same
的
old
事
habits.
却还是和从前相差无几。樱，
Sakura,
你在独
was your
有，
job in Cocoon? No,
你在
in the
烛火之蛾中
moths.
所负责的事
What I
物，
think it was.
会是我所想的那样吗？我没有第二条路可
I
选，
didn't have a choice.
这是我和烛火
It
之
was a
蛾
deal I made with
和
the
美博
moth,
士的一场
with
交易，
Dr. May. The only way for me to
这样，
protect the one I
我才
cared
能真
about.
正守护自己所应守护的人。
She was the assassin. She was the one that got rid of the rogue elements. Including, might I add, in a few funny stories. I don't know if it's in here. I don't remember where it was. But apparently, multiple times, she has killed, Grey Serpent. And Grey Serpent just kept stirring up shit, and she'd go and hunt him down some more. Could have been while she was still alive, since she only said it was after binding. Did she mention that that's when Eden gave her it? I guess so. But we do know that it was shortly after binding that it was shortly after binding that it happened, but I don't know how shortly.
雅伊小
Let's
姐，
see.
你到底是因为什么才前来往事乐土的呢？
Miss Ryden, what brought you here?
为什么突然问起这个？
Why ask this all of a sudden?
只是
It's
在你脸
just,
上
I
看见
saw
了
a
熟悉的
familiar
神
look
情。
on your face.
雅伊小姐，
Can you
你能
imagine
想象生
humanity
存在末
before
日
the
前夕的
doomsday?
人类
Out of my
是什么
duty,
样
I
的
dealt
呢？
with a lot of individuals.
出于清剿组织，
Hunting
击凶
murderers,
追恶，
purging illegal
这些事我都
organizations.
经历
I
过。
experienced it all.
事实上，
In fact,
甚
they
至在某段时
constituted a
间，
majority of my work.
这些事直到再无必要之
Until
前，
it became completely
烛火之鹅始
pointless,
终
the
还是在
moths
维
had
护秩
kept
序的，
trying to maintain
至
order,
少
at
是
least
表
for the
面上的秩序。
appearance.
那么，你在我身上
So,
见到
what
了哪一种
familiar
熟悉
look
的
did
神
you
情？
see on my face?
先回答我一个问题吧，雅伊
Please
小姐，
answer this question for me
在
first,
你的
Miss
认知
Ryden.
里，那些面
How
临
do you
末日的普
reckon
通
the
人，
common people
他们是什么
in
样
the
子？
ending world,
灰心绝望，
world, I'm gonna assume? Are they desperate, helpless?
按照常理来推断，
My common sense tells me yes,
但事实并非如此。
but it's far from the
就我所
truth.
见，
According to what I saw, humanity
Maybe
was a lot tougher than we thought.
无论一个人是多么
No
懦
matter
弱，
how weak an individual is, with their
在面
back
对绝
against
境
the
的时
wall,
候，
they'd still put
他
up
们
a
脸上
fight.
最多的神情，可以说是与虎谋皮。
Hard to picture, right? Determined but also desperate.
又绝望，又残忍。我还记得，
I
第一
still
次见到
remember
这种神
seeing
情
this
时，
look for the first
我
time
正
when
在
I
追
was
查一
looking
个
into an
以庇护我们的
organization
收容孤儿，
that
却在暗
secretly
中进行崩
conducted
坏康熙
Honkai
事业的团
resistance
体。
experiments on orphans. Is this one of the things run by Grey Serpent? Did I talk about that at the perfect time?
当我在阴影里窥视他们的据
When
点
I was
时，
surveying their hideout in the
有个像我精
shadow,
明的孩
the
子，
tough-looking kid
就是
took
用这种
over
神情接过了分配给他的
took
食
f
物。
took over food handed
动物
to
坚
him
韧的求生
with
意
this
志，
look on his face.
明知道被收容在那
He
里
knew
很
it was
危
a
险，
dangerous place,
但为了
yet
不
he
被
still
饿死，
decided to
所
stay
以选
so
择
that he
留下。
wouldn't die of hunger. He did
那种
everything
意
to
志让人
survive.
相信，他无论如何都能找到方法活下去。后来呢？
What happened then?
没有后来了，
Nothing. His life ended that
他的
night
人生就结
on
束
the
在了手术
operating
台上。
table.
仅仅只是和你刚才表现的态度似乎截
The
然相
story
反，
seemed to deviate from what you just said,
因为这才是我想要告诉你的。
because that's my message to you, Miss Ryden.
与虎谋皮确实有效，
The last stand
但也足
spirit
够
is
危险。
honorable, but also dangerous.
我不知道你面对的
I
人是
don't know
谁，
who you're dealing with,
但既
but
然你
since
也
you
有
have
那
that
种神
look,
情，
please be
那
careful.
还
This
是
is
多加小心
while
吧。
she's talking to Mobius. This is when May is considering getting closer to Mobius.
我会记住的。
I'll keep it in mind. Okay, there's another one. But yeah, it looks like I shouldn't run into any issues. Speaking of Mobius, here's Mobius's. He has no notes to read. We'll see how far it goes. Oh yeah, it's literally just her assist skill. Sometimes you just want to be a lab rat. I mean, some people want to be a lab rat, and then you look at PGR and some people just want to be a dog. When what, Arsham? Is that a new army? Oh my gosh. I mean, there's some people who really like Mobius, and there's some people who really like Vera. There's people that for some reason are into that sort of thing. Oh, I missed Mobius. I love Mobius as a character. Not quite that way that you guys were joking about in chat, but I love Mobius as a character. Hi, Lightning Rat, we meet again.
我不是你的小白鼠。
I'm not your rat, Mobius,
还有，
and my
我的名
name
字是
is
雷电
Raiden
牙医。
May. Try to
希望这次
remember
你
it
能
this
记住它。
time.
哦，
Oh, so you're the type who
原来
names
是
small
那种会给小动物取名
animals.
字的
That's
类型
cute
吗？
for a Hersher.
对一个绿者来说，这还真是个有够可爱的特点呢。不过嘛，我就
But
没
I'm
有
not
这
in
样
the
的习
habit
惯
of
了。
doing that.
需要记录的实验体
There
实
are
在
so
是
many
太
test
多了。
subjects to keep
相
track
比于
of,
个性
and
化
I
的名
prefer
字，
simpler
我还是更喜
identification
欢用简
methods.
单一点的编号来称呼他们。
但我不是你的实验
I'm
体，
not your test
也
subject.
没有。
话也别说的
It's
那
too
么绝
soon
对
to say
嘛。
that now.
毕竟你在乐
Your
土中的
journey
旅途
here
才
has
刚刚
barely
开
started.
始。
Maybe you'll change your
也
mind
许
later.
在经历了更多事情之后，你的想法就会有所改变了，这也说不定呢。
不，我绝不会改变自己的决定。
No, I've made up my mind on this. We'll
那就
see
让我
about
们
that,
拭目以
Hersher.
待吧，绿者。
She is. She's kind of full of herself, but I mean, she was born a genius, right? She was born a genius. She became basically immortal. It makes sense why she's full of herself. Oh, hey, there's the name of her snake. Jesa. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be pronounced in Honkai, but that's what it's based on.
很高兴再见到完整的你。希望你是来告诉我自己已经回心转意了的。
Nice to see you return in one piece, and I hope you're here to tell me you've changed your mind.
我的实验室随时都会欢迎你来玩啊，会放
You're
电的
always
大
welcome in my
姐姐
lab, Lightning Lady.
伪装的童真
Feigned
是没办法
innocence
掩盖
can't
你内
cover
心的
up your
恶意。
malicious intent,
Maybe
Mobius.
啊，原来
Huh?
你不
You
喜
don't
欢这
like
种类
it?
型的吗？
It worked on everyone
明明对
else.
其他人都很有用的。
那你可能是找错人了。
You came to the wrong person.
也
I
对，
guess I did.
毕竟
You're a
不管
Hersher
怎么
after
说
all.
你都也还是个绿者嘛，注定与人类
Why
为
would
敌
an
的
enemy
你
of
怎么
humanity
可
be
能会对
interested
一
in a
个
cute
可爱的
girl
人
like
类女
me?
孩产生兴趣呢？
除了那张脸以外，
Apart from your face, I don't see any connection between you and cute.
既然得到了
Well,
这副皮
I have to
囊，
make good use of this cute face,
当然
don't
就要
I?
好好利用一下了。虽然有些时候确
It's
实不
not
如大人的
convenient to
身
have
体
this
方
body
便，
sometimes, but
但
appearing
有
as a
些
child
事
does have
情
its
也
benefits.
只有这副小孩子的身体才能做到。
听起来你不像是故意要变成这副小孩子的模样的。
Sounds to me you didn't turn into this voluntarily.
这也是烛火之蛾
Was
决
it
定
also
的。
decided by the moths?
烛
The
火之蛾，
moths? None of them are
除了梅博
qualified
士，
to involve
他们
themselves
还
in my
没资格对我的
experiments,
实验指
except
手
for
画脚。
Dr. May,
也就是说，
which is to say,
别把
don't
这下想
overthink
得那
it.
么复
This
杂
is just a side
这
effect
只
of
是超
Ichor.
变因子的
Power
副作用
comes with a
而已。
price.
力量往往都是伴随着代价的嘛。
我还是第一次看到有
That's
人
the
笑着
first
说
time
出
I've
这句
heard
话
of someone saying this with a smile.
因为我乐在其中呀。
Because I enjoy it.
对了，
Right.
大姐姐，
I can turn you into
要
a
是你
small
想
girl
的
just
话，
like me if you
我也
wish.
可以把你变成和我一样的小孩子哦。要现在就来试
Wanna
试吗？
try? It'll be quick,
很快
and
就
it
结
won't
束
hurt a
了，
bit.
一点儿也不痛的哦。
我没那个兴趣。
Not interested. Bye. Oh boy. Here goes big
我们
one
又见面了
that
呢。
actually stops you before you do it. Molly May. Ah, we meet again.
在乐土里玩
Having fun in the realm so
要
far.
不要
Want
坐
to
下来
sit
一
down
起
and
喝
have
杯
some
茶
tea
放松一
together?
下？这茶是伊甸
The
送给我
tea is
的，
from Eden,
味道应该
supposed
还
to
不
be
错。
good.
只有你才会把这里当做是
You're
游
the
乐
only
场。
one who sees this
Maybe we'll
place as some kind of a playground.
哎，别
Come
一
on,
直那么
don't be
紧
so
张兮兮
uptight,
的嘛
Miss Hersher.
绿哲姐姐。
Are you starting to have some second thoughts about Mobius, Arsham?
那土里的那些东
I
西
don't think
对你
anything
来
in the
说
realm poses a
它们
real
应该都
danger
还
on
算
you.
不上危险吧？
与你相比的话，
Compared
的
to
确如
you,
此。
no.
真
Don't
是
say
的，
that. I
别这
don't
么说
bite.
嘛，我又不会一口把你给吃了。我只不过是想邀请你
I
来
only
协助我
wish you would
进行一
assist
些
me
有
with
趣
some
的实验
interesting
而已。
experiments.
而且
I won't
我
force
也
you
没
to
打
do
算强迫
anything.
你啊。要是你现在不同意的
If you
话，
say no this time,
那
I'll
就
just
下
pick
次再
another
说好
date.
了。
你还是趁早死了这条
You'd
心吧。
better drop the
比
idea
如此
now, Mobius.
对你那些
I'm
有
not
趣
at all
的实验，
interested in your
我一点兴趣都
experiments,
没有。
but I
但
am
我
quite
对你可是
interested
兴
in
趣颇
you.
深啊。毕竟
Hershers
像
are
绿
very
植这
rare
样
lab
珍稀的实验
materials.
素材，用一个少一个嘛。
听起来
Sounds
似乎有不少
like a
绿
lot
洲
of
都成为
Hershers
过
have
你
been
实验台上的牺牲
sacrificed
品。
for your
梅比
research.
乌斯，
Sacrifices are
为了让人类彻底战
necessary
胜
if
崩
humanity
坏
is to
我
defeat
们总是会
Honkai.
需要一些必要的牺牲嘛。而且绿
And
洲可都是
Hershers are
人
the
类的敌
enemies
人
of
呀，
humankind.
让他
Isn't
们
it
也
a
能为
good
拯救
thing if
人
they
类
make
这一伟业做出自己
contributions
的
to
贡
humanity's
献？
survival?
这难道不是一件好事吗？
拯救人类。
Humanity's survival.
梅比
I
乌
doubt
斯
that ever crossed
恐
your
怕你从
mind.
来都没有想过这件事吧？你真正的目的，
Maybe your
也许只有那
victims knew
些
your
死者
real
知道，
intentions, but they can't
但他们
speak
已经再也
anymore.
不能发出任何声音了。
我的目的，
My
那当然是
intention?
为了拯救
Saving
人类啊。
humanity, of course.
只不过，
But we may
我
have
们
some
对
slight
人类这一概
disagreements
念的
about
理
how
解，
humanity
可
is
能从一
defined.
开始就存在着一些微小的差别吧。
Yeah, I can kind of understand Mobius's view on that. Agreeing what what humanity means, because most people, they think humanity, you think humans. But to Mobius in the story, it just seems like to her, she wants humans to evolve. So it doesn't need to look like a human. It could be a human mind in the body of a beast, but if it still has a mind of a human, it's a human to her. And that person is alive. But obviously there's limits to that, but purple skin she has? You mean the one I use? What's the name of that vial? Is it just a chemical name? Forbidden Seed. I wonder if that's just supposed to be, if that's just supposed to be a vial of ichor, then. The human mind? I mean, the ego, the self. Your thoughts. Of course, that goes into philosophy too, and not everyone's going to agree on that stuff, but... As an example, going back to Durandal's visual novel, I would say that Alice, technically, even though she's not human, I could classify as part of humanity. She is technically still a human mind, but yeah, I'm a little more flexible with this stuff. I can't say I agree with what would be needed to separate a human mind from humanity. I think that's a little messed up. But I still think technically it's human. I think a gentler way to put it is I still think all the constructs in Punishing Grey Raven are human. I still think they fall under humanity, even if they don't have anything biological left.
你看起来一点也不像是烛火之蛾的人。
You don't look like a member of the Moths.
哦，是吗？
Oh, really?
那在你看来
What should a member of the
烛火之
Moths
蛾的
look
人
like
应该
in
是
your
什么样
eyes?
子？
Just wait till you meet the other ones, May.
至少不会像你一
At
样。
least they shouldn't be
不是和
overflowing
地
with
都毫不掩
malicious
饰地流露
intent
出
like
自己的
you.
恶意。
雷电
Right
牙
and
医，
May.
你
Do
该
you
不会以
take
为
the
烛火
Moths
之
for a
蛾其实
charity?
是什么慈善组织吧？
I mean, that's just a word. And that's the biggest issue with language. Humanity is a concept. You can call it whatever you want. But the concept that it represents, I don't think necessarily has to be bound to flesh and blood humans. It's... I don't know. That's a hard concept to put into words, but it encompasses a lot when it comes to culture and society. Yeah, Uncanny Valley doesn't help with that either. Yeah, Nier does a really good job of it. PGR does a good job of it, although I'm pretty sure PGR borrowed a lot of its ideas from Nier. And they do a little bit of a good job of it with Honkai. Like, another example too, let's forget the crazy examples of machines and stuff. But, oh, I know. But it's interesting stuff to talk about. I've said it before. I love talking about philosophical stuff and debating and whatnot. I try not to debate on stream, though, because that can go well. Or, that wouldn't go well, I feel like. Could go wrong, I think, is the words I was originally looking for. But, you know, can't talk. But yeah, like, a simpler way to think of it is a mantis human? Would you consider a mantis human? There's someone that is largely Honkai genes. They can literally transform. Like, a lot of people would probably say no. And a lot of people would probably say yes. And there will always be big disagreements about stuff like that. Some people are more afraid to expand concepts like that to other things. Right in May, do you take the Moths for a charity?
还是
Or
说
you've been hanging out
和
with
艾丽西
Elysia
亚
so
相处
much
太
that you
久
think
让我
we're
产
all
生
as
了什么
kind
错
as
觉？
her?
误以为我们都是些像他一样的大善人？
大善人，
Kind as her? I
我
don't
不这
think
么认
so.
为。他确实给了我
She
很
gave
多
me a
帮
lot
助
of help, but I know she has
但我也
kept
很
certain
清楚，
things from me.
他
而恰恰是他
The
对你
things
所
that
隐
she
瞒的
keeps
那
from
些，
you. That's the
那
real Moths.
才是真正的烛火之蛾。
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Terry and the twins is an example. And I mean, there's a point to the question. In my opinion, I agree. It's a dumb question to ask. Every individual is an individual. I don't care who or what they are. But when classifying people, it's an important question. How do you classify people? How do you classify any living thing? And yeah, Especially after she... Oh my gosh.
又来找我了吗，吕哲姐姐？
You're here for me again, Hersher lady.
那些探索很危
Your
险的，
exploration is dangerous,
有什么
right?
地
Want me to
方
check
需要我
something
帮
for
你
you?
检查一下吗？
够了，梅比乌斯。
Enough,
如果你只是
Mobius.
对绿植感
If you're
兴
simply
趣，
interested
大
in
可翻阅你
Hershers,
自
you
己
can
的实
go
验
through
资
your
料。
experiment records yourself.
我有理由相信，
I have good reason to
没有
believe
躺上过
very
你的
few
手术台的绿
Hershers
植
manage to
才是
escape
少数
from。your operating table.
说是绝无仅有，
I
也不算夸大
guess you can
呢。
say none, but a living
不过
Hersher with its
像
own
你
mind,
这样
that's
一
precious.
个拥有自我意志的活生生的绿者，我可不想错过呢。
拥有自我意志。
It's not rare for a
也并不
Hersher
罕
to
见的，
retain their own
梅比乌
mind,
斯。
Mobius.
你难道想说，
You wish to
在你的
say,
时
in
代
your
里，
time,
像
Hershers
你这
like
样的
you
绿
are
者
the
反而是
majority.
正常的吗？
的确不在少数。
Indeed.
哦，
Oh, that's
竟然
interesting.
是这样吗？
It came across. Mobius supported her chin with a hand and squinted. This rare posture indicated she was immersed in her thoughts. You know what? The best part about lab
小白
rats
鼠的
is
作
that they
用
allow me to gain
就是能让我
information
在安
very
全的处
safely.
境下获取一些信息，所以
So,
你还
you're
真
an
是一只出
excellent
色
lab
的小
rat.
白鼠
I don't
呢，
even need to put you on
甚
the
至不需要
operating
手术
table.
台就能为我做到这一点。
Maybe
Mobius, you... If
我
anything,
呀
I'm only more
现在对
interested
你
in you
更感
now,
兴趣
Hersher
了
lady.
呢，大姐姐。
Boy. Yeah, because she's learning. She's learning that apparently there's more Hershers like May. So now she probably wants to know why.
所以，在你身上，
So,
难道
are
还有
there
其
any
他
other
奇怪的
weird
副作
side
用存
effects
在吗？
on you?
大姐姐，
Ah,
怎么突然
Hersher
说这
lady.
种话？
Why ask this all of
我
a
看
sudden?
起
Do I
来
look
有什么
weird?
不对吗？至少
At least, I
我
don't
头
get
上
any
可没有长
horns,
角
right?
啊。
没必要意有所指，梅比乌斯。
You don't have to be mean.
那种
The
在乐土
scales
中
I
时常
see
可见的鳞
everywhere
片，
in the realm,
我
they
想
couldn't have come
应
from
该也不
anyone
会和别
else,
人有关吧？
right?
谁知道呢？
Who
或许
knows?
是乐土
You
里
don't know the realm well
还有
enough.
什么你没见到过的存在吧？你不是一直想知道这里
You've
有
been
什么
dying
秘
to
密
know
吗？
if there's a secret
喜
inside.
欢的
You can
话
take one
就
if
拿一
you'd
片
like.
去好了。
我不觉得这有什么意义。
I fail to see any point in this.
这可说不准哦，
Not
小
so
白鼠。
fast, lab rat.
虽
For
然对
me,
我来说，
it's just
那
exuviae.
只不过是残
Nothing
退
but
罢
dead
了。
skin.
哪怕是比较特殊的残退，本质
Oh
也
my
不过如
gosh.
此。但对其他人
But
来
for
说，
others,
我留
everything
下
I
的
leave
任何
behind
东
is
西
worthy
应该
careful
都有一
study,
定的研
right?
究价值吧？
你自视未免太高了
You
一些
think too much of
梅比
yourself,
乌斯。
Mobius.
事实不就是这
Am I
样吗
not？telling the truth?
或
Maybe
许
that's the price to
这
pay
就
for
是怎么
going
看
ahead
人的烦
with
恼
my
吧。
time. People
毕
still
竟
need
被我
time
舍弃
to
的
understand the
猎物，
mistakes I've
人们
long
却
walked
还需
away
要漫
from.
长的时间来理解。如果你已经知道
But
了
if
太
you've
多，
known too much,
就很
it
难再
becomes
想象无
impossible
知
for you
者
to
的
put
心
yourself
境
into the
了。
shoes of the
这就是
ignorant.
知识的诅
That's the
咒。
curse of knowledge.
我又能怎么办呢，小白鼠？
That's not entirely
我
true.
可没时
It's
间一
it's
一
not
关
that
照他
hard
们。
to put yourself in the shoes of someone, even if you know they're ignorant, because you were once ignorant. So you can easily remember and kind of understand that way. Then again, what can I do, Labrat? I don't have time to take care of them.
像是
Take the
什么
tech
把
that
人类
turns a
变成
man
梦
into a
幻兽的
Honkai
技
beast,
术
for example.
说不定
Maybe
现
some
在
still
还有什
believe
么
it's
人拿它到
impossible.
天方夜谭呢？
You referring to the stuff that was used by Grey Serpent and used for Lilia and Rosa? I wonder if Grey Serpent like comes in here and talks to her to help learn stuff.
仅仅是我，就连英杰，或者说
Turns out I'm
烛
not
火
the
之王里
only
的大
one.
部
The
分人
Flame Chasers,
都因为你
or
的
even
生
the
命而心怀
most of the
戒备。
Moth's members, guard heavily against you because of your reputation. That's
你还
quite
真
an
是颇有
impressive
成就啊。
achievement.
这个语气，
The way you
小
talk,
白
you
说，
certainly have followed a
我
bad
在诺图里
examples
学到了
here
些
in the
很不好的
Elysian
东
Realm.
西呢，一定是毒瘾的
Must be the
关系吧。
fact I was once in
加入过
Cocoon.
那里的
People
人
always are
总会受到一
biased
些
against
偏
its
见的。
members.
是吗？
Really?
可就连
But
阻
even
止毒瘾
former
成员的
members
人
of
似
Cocoon.
乎
够了，
That's enough,
小白鼠，
lab rat.
没意义
Don't
的事
dive
就
too
不要
deep into
深究，
meaningless
这对你没
trivials.
什么好
It does
处。
you no good. That explains where she met Kalpis. They were members of Cocoon. And she doesn't seem to want to remember it.
我是做过一些事，
Yes, I did certain things, but evolution comes with a price. My bad reputation comes from some individuals who are
只是
both
因为一些
idiotic
人明
and
明愚蠢，
strong-minded.
却偏偏很有主见。能够理解我，
There were
并
many
且跟
people
上
who
我步伐
understood
的
me
人
and
还
followed
是有
my
很多的，
steps. It's just you
只
never
是你
heard
没
of
听人
them.
提起过。
They
只不过
happen
都
to
死
be all
光
dead
了而
now.
已。
No big deal.
没什么大不了的。
She struggled to get that out. She really struggled to get that out. She's a lot more upset about that than she's letting on. That people who shared her vision are gone. And I'm sure one of them was Klein. But maybe that's who she's thinking of at that moment. But I wonder if there was anyone else. I mean, geez, who knows? Maybe Kalpis, before he was totally crazy, was a different person.
还是谈谈独勇的事
Let's
情吧。
talk about Cocoon.
据
As
说
someone
从
who
不
never
离开
saw
实
the
验室的
outside
你，
of the lab,
居然
you
主动申
volunteered
请
to
加入
lead
独勇的
Cocoon
指挥系统，
operations. That's
还真罕
unusual.
见。
当然了，
I happen to
虽
be a
然我在
natural
乎这种
leader,
天
and
分，
Cocoon
但
happened
我
to be
偏
in
偏很
need
擅
of
长
such a
指挥调
person.
度。既然独勇正好缺少这样的人，我也只能代劳一次了。
The twins? Maybe? But they didn't die at this point. The twins, the red and blue twins, Fushi and... Oh, I can't remember the other sister's name. They went in the cryopods. They stayed with Fuhua, so they didn't die. Does this fit into the story I was told before?
果然，
Obviously, Mobius had other intentions in mind back then.
小白
Ah,
鼠，
Labrat,
你
you
倒是
just
提醒
reminded
我
me.
有机会的话，
I'd love to lead one more
再来指挥一
action
次
if
试试
given the
看。
opportunity, but here in the
不过我得
Elysian
想
Realm,
想，
is there
为了
anything
途中
worth
还有什
leading?
么好指挥的呢？
Her hinting at the fact that she wants to get out of the Elysian Realm? Which is what we found that out in the same chapter, in chapter 2, but... No, the two of them stayed with Fuhua, and they were all part of Project Ember. They helped take care of Fuhua in the future, and until they passed on, because obviously they weren't immortal like Fuhua, and they created that elf during the current era for Fuhua. There's scenes we've seen of Fuhua where the twins were trying to set up the current era. They were trying to teach people and whatnot. They were the ones that kind of made Fuhua out to be a celestial. And yeah, Klein was the only one that understood her as far as we know on the base, but she almost makes it sound like there was more people when she said it. Unless she was just saying it that way to make it sound differently, but let's see. So, do you just hate walking, or you have to rely on that device to move around? Oh, gosh darn it. I know which one you're talking about. It's in the, what's it called? The Chronicles. Chiyo. That's... Yeah, no, the twins were actual people and then they created the elf. Who told you it was just a device? It's a synthetic life created by me. Wanted to say hello with its tentacles. You didn't really fall for that, did you? Just never thought you'd make such a tasteless joke, or maybe my question touched a sensitive spot. You made the absurd mistake to regard it as a mobility tool, and you expect me to remain nice and not laugh at you. Don't belittle it. It can be more useful than you in trying times. For example, Mobius thought for a moment and tapped the side of the mobility device. Target Raiden May. Blood pressure 124/82 mmHg.
我没想到的还有另一件事，我从未听说过你还有机械方面的知识。
I never took you for a mechanics expert. You do impress me sometimes, but when it comes to your stupidity, you've stayed highly consistent, Labrat. Target, Raiden May, blood pressure 144/97. Oh, blood pressure went up. But it's okay to tell you, I've no interest in mechanics. This was only the result of a mutually beneficial cooperation with Vilvi. But you know how pragmatic I am. The cooperation didn't end well, of course. If need be, I can surely get off and walk myself, but it might not be easy to find shoes that suit me. You know, I've never thought about that. Is she not wearing shoes? Yeah, it did sound like Klein. No wonder you seem so out of place among flame chasers. Out of place? Why did it take you so long to understand? The majority is often the mediocre. Don't you think so? Looks to me it's more an excuse to cover up the truth. You were the first flame chaser to join the Moths, and you know this organization better than anyone else. Join? I feel offended, Labrat. There's no organization out there that I'd willingly join. You're not trying to say you founded the Moths yourself, are you? Ah, of course it couldn't be done alone. That's why so many goons got in my way.
当初也不会有那么多碍手碍脚的人了。可别把我和
But
其
make
他
no
人混为
mistake,
一
I'm not
谈
the same with the others.
从来都不是
The
这么
moths
可
didn't
知
choose
看中
me,
了我，
I chose it.
而是我选择了他。
可在此之前呢？
What about before? Where did you acquire all your knowledge? The traces you left behind
在乐
can
途中
rarely
却很少能得到线
can
索。
be rarely found in the realm.
因为那不重要。
Because that's not important. Without any warning, Mobius' mobility device pushed her violently forward. Just like an aggressive snake, she closed in with a cold smile. The sudden movement sent the earring on her right ear tinkling.
小白鼠，
Labrat, I won't warn you again, but remember I'm not like the others.
为了达成目
To
的，
achieve my goal, even this body can be abandoned without any hesitation.
所谓的
My
过
past
去
doesn't even have the slightest importance.
根本无关紧要。
Was that a new one? I'm actually not sure if that was new or old. I think that might have been the last one before you end up going to see her. Kind of hinting at the fact that she was willing to get rid of her body. That was new? Okay. And then, does this one go too? Because someone said we can do all of them. We
走了，
can.
小白鼠，没什么事的话，就不要来烦我。
What now, Labrat? Don't bother me with petty things. What's that laugh of yours?
艾丽西亚说，
Alicia said she was preparing a pink outfit for, but she felt something was missing,
我就给了她一些
so I gave her some
小小的
advice.
建议。
You?
怎么，小白鼠？
What, Labrat? You've nothing better to do.
也许你应该换一种
Maybe you
称呼
should
了
call me something else
在
now.
接受实验
In
这方
terms of
面，你已经
participating
不
in
愿意尝。
experiments, the best
但你错过了最
opportunity
好的
has
机会。
slipped away.
我好奇的是，
I'm curious about
接下来
what
会怎么样？
happens next. Matter of
事实上，
fact, I
我
don't
不认
think
为
you're the
你是那
type who
种
gives
会
up
轻易善
easily.
罢甘休的人。
别把自己看得太
Don't
重
think
要，
too
小白
much of
鼠。
yourself, Labrat.
我经历的
I'm
失
no
败数
stranger
不
to
清晰，
failures, and you're not
在
even
这
the
当
type
中，
that I'd
我
regret.
甚至不是会让我感到遗憾的那一类。放心吧，
Relax. I'm not having thoughts about you anymore. Just
跟那
like
个
that
惹人厌
pesky
的小姑
girl.
娘一样，
You're not my
你已
favorite
经不是
Labrat
我最
now.
喜欢的小白鼠了。
可你最近似乎很少露面了，
But you rarely showed
很
up
难不让人
lately.
怀疑
I have to
你又在
wonder
暗中
if
筹
you've
划
been
着什么。
plotting something.
相不
Believe it or
相
not,
信
I'm past
就由你
caring.
自己决定了。也是多亏了你，
And thanks to you,
那
I
些被刻
managed
意
to
隐瞒
retrieve
下
the
来的碎
fragments
片，
that were deliberately
我
kept
才能
away.
再次把它们找回来呢。现在
Now
我
I
才
know my
知道
greatest
我
experiment
真
had
正伟
worked
大的
on you
事
early
业
on.
早就
It's a
在你
shame you
身上
haven't
落下了，
realized yet.
可惜你还根本没有意识到呢。
Earliest experiments. The earliest experiment we saw Mobius do with May, and I guess I'll just claim this probably won't go through. Yeah. And we still have 1,000 something. Still have extra. But the earliest experiment that I remember, when May first met Mobius, Mobius injected her with something. And then May passed out and woke up in the lobby, if I remember right. Well, fully completed for now. It's possible for them to add more in the future. Huh. Holding the mouse made me move? Why did... Or is it... That was weird. Why'd I move? Oh. Happened again. Oh, is it because I'm close to the bottom left corner? Okay. I was wondering why clicking my mouse made me move. But yeah, as far as I remember, when May first met Mobius in the realm, Mobius pricked her with something, and May passed out. So I can only assume it's something about that. It does make you wonder, though. Wait, Remembrance Vessel still has that? Oh, we still have Fuhua! I am dumb. I totally forgot Fuhuas. Let's go back into place. How did I forget Fuhua? I feel bad. Of course we still have some. I got confused from fully finishing one. Admittedly, I probably should have saved Mobius's for last, because Mobius was the finale of Chapter 2. Don't say that, that's mean, Nico. But let me take a sip of my tea. I definitely don't think I'm starting Chapter 3 today, although we've seen a few little teasers, because there has been some new stuff. Has it changed? It might be a little different, I'm not sure. I don't know. But God, that still kills me. Her train tickets to go home. They were so rude with some of these items. Just how depressing they are. But let's go through Fuhua's memories. And I'm probably going to change the thumbnail and the title and remove the Chapter 3 part. We'll start Chapter 3 on Twitch. It won't be tomorrow. Maybe if we have time Wednesday, but I don't think we'll have time because so much is happening. So it'll probably be Thursday that we start doing some of the Chapter 3 exploring. See how much of the story we can get through. And actually, Thursday, the story extends, doesn't it? More of the story comes out. So, depending how long we go on Thursday, maybe we'll get to completely finish the first part.
班长，
Hua.
不，
Sorry, I mistook you
我只
for
是有点
someone
习惯
else.
了。没什么，如果能对你有所帮助的话，你可以把我当做是
It's
另一个人。
alright. You can take me for someone else if it helps you.
另一个人吗？
Someone else.
华，
Hua, if I tell you
如果我向
something,
你
will
讲
it
述一
become
些
a
事
part
情，
of your memory?
它能成为你记忆的一部分吗？这里的其他人或许可以
The
吧，
others here,
但我不
maybe,
行。
but not for me.
我会定时把
I
自己的记忆
regularly
回
reset
溯
my
到某个时
memory
间
to a
点。
certain point in
你对我
time,
讲述的东
so
西
everything
也
you
只
tell
能保留
me
到那个时
beyond
候。
that point will be lost.
你为什么要这么做？
Why would you do that?
这是真正的华所做
It
出的
was
决
the
定。
real Hua's decision to make sure I stay myself.
或许是受超变因子的影响，
Maybe it's the ichor. My memory doesn't fade away like ordinary people, and I don't forget.
他们会一直堆积在我的脑海里。
Past moments keep stacking up in my mind, hard to say how they would influence or change me.
所以，我
So
不
I
得不
have
借
to
助一些
resort
其
to
他手
special
段
measures
来
and
忘掉某
forget
些
things
事。
voluntarily to
确
make
保自己
sure
仍在
I
履
stay
行既定
focused
使
on the
命。
mission.
对于一个记忆体，这是必须的。如果哪天我突然忘记了你是谁，
If someday I suddenly forget who you are, you'll have to forgive me. Oh my god.
我明白了。
I see.
对你来说，
That might
这
actually be
或
a
许
good choice for
的
you.
确是个。 又见面了，华。
We meet again, Hua.
你好，
Hello.
华。
I'd like to
我想
ask
问
you
你
a
一个问题。
question.
据我所知，
I know a
融合
mantis
战
can
士的
live
寿
far
命
longer
远
than
远超过
ordinary
普通人。
people. If it were up
如
to
果你
you,
可以选择的话，你愿意守护新纪元的
would you
人类
protect
千年万
humanity in the
年，
new era
直
for
到他们拥
thousands
有
of
足以保护
years
自己的
until
能
they
力
can
吗？
finally stand on their own feet? Miss Ryden, I'm just an ordinary soldier. And what you just said, sorry, I can't even begin to imagine how heavy the burden would be. I'd love to make it happen, but I'm afraid I'd inevitably fail. Waiting alone in the river of time, I believe only Kevin is capable of that. Yet you did it, Hua. No, you can do it too. And you have. You've done it even better than Kevin, Hua. Ah. You did it. Hua. Hua. Sorry, my mind was wandering. What is it? Are you looking at a picture? Just a habit of mine. But for me, this picture doesn't bring back any memories now. Oh, she wiped her memories. She wiped her memories of Himiko. Ouch. Sorry, maybe that question was too personal. You misunderstood. I wasn't trying to hide anything. This picture, I don't have any memory of it now. Maybe a certain reset went wrong, or maybe the memory wasn't there to start with. Now it's just a picture to me. I'll be here for a long time. I'll tell you if I come across any clues. Thanks, but there's no need. You know my situation. Finding clues but a piece of memory shouldn't be the objective of your trip. See, the problem with that is that would be theoretical. And it also depends on the person and how their brain works. Because everyone's different, right? And as much as all people's brains start the same way, it's pretty easy to assume that everyone's brain works differently when it comes to things like memory. They organize differently. Almost like a computer reprogramming itself. I have heard of some people who have very good memory. And who knows, maybe that would be true. But I find that hard to believe. That 300 years would be. Especially... well... they start similarly. They start enough the same way that they always end up working mostly the same way. But there's always going to be some differences. Well, not just a cellular level, but a structural level as well. The brain has to... For instance, we have parts of our brains that regulate our heartbeat and our breathing, things that keep us alive. Those have to be the same. And there's stuff that are related to memory and emotion and stuff like that. A lot of those start similar or the same, but develop and grow and change. I have another question. Go ahead. Project Ember doesn't seem to include the tech to create a mantis. Why? I don't know, but if you ask me, this tech shouldn't even exist. You haven't met all the mantis soldiers, and that's a good thing. Some of them would be of no use to you. Not all of Mantis is at the level of the Flame Chasers. Those who died without a name They were the strongest amongst all those who sacrificed themselves. But in the end, they could only match the strength of a gifted individual who didn't go through the mutation. No, sorry, that was just a single case. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Who is she referring to? Is she referring to herself? Because I know her and a few other people were experimented on, and they barely were any stronger. They were basically the same strength. But only she woke up to that power. That was it in Divine Key, I think? It was one of the chapters of Divine Key, where we saw Buhua going out to fight Honkai with people, and she suddenly grew wings. She woke up to her power, to her genetics. Making an ordinary soldier a super fighter sounds like a giant leap to me already. Well, it wasn't just her memory, because it was shown in one of the mangas that she was put out there with a bunch of people who had the same treatment as her, and she didn't fully change. She grew wings. Let me see if I can find it. This is the image I'm referring to. Buhua in the mangas, when she was in a desperate situation, I believe her squad was operated on and then kind of tricked into going into battle. I think you're thinking of the Swara, and I believe the Swara happened after this. I believe she was partially operated on given Honkai genetics, and this happened on the battlefield, and I believe she was the only survivor of her squad. And I think the Swara happened after this that gave her more control of it, but prevented her from changing. Yeah, here, up. Can I zoom it? Okay, there, I can kind of zoom it. It was never a very big image. I don't remember which manga it was from, but yeah. I just remembered seeing this, and it's really cool. It almost looks like the Valen's wings, which is interesting. But let's go back into the game. But still, it falls short of people's expectations for a hero. In terms of results, the Mantis program wasn't a success. It only stalled Honkai slightly at the cost of many lives. But yeah, could you imagine if they add a new Fuhua to the game that's like previous era Fuhua, and she can do something like that? Like that's her ult or something? Be awesome. Hua, do you still remember me?
嗯，
Yes.
好久不见，
It's
牙医
been a
小
long
姐，
time, Miss Ryden.
叫我牙医就好。
Just call me May, Hua.
牙医，
May.
嗯。
Yes.
总觉得你
Seems
似
like
乎
you're
已经习
used to
惯这
this
里了。
place now.
或许吧。
Maybe, apart from
除了在
dealing
应
with
付某
certain
些怪
weird
人时，
individuals.
怪人是指梅比乌斯博士
You
吗？
mean Dr.
应
Mobius?
该还没有
She
上
didn't
过他的手术
operate
台
on
吧？
you, did she?
没有。
No.
为什么
Why?
要问这个？梅比乌斯博士
She has a lot of
他
crazy
有很多疯
ideas,
狂的
and
想
she's
法，
never afraid to
并
make
且
them
常常会将
happen.
它们付诸实践。除了他自己，没人知
No
道
one knows
从
what
他
will
手术台
come
上
off
下来的究竟会
of
是
her
什么？
operating table but
或
her.
许也没人想知
No
道那是
one
什么。
wishes to know.
所以，
So if she wants to
如果
do
梅比乌斯博
something
士
to
想
you,
对你做些
better
什
say
么的话，
no. She
最好
won't
还是拒
force
绝
you.
吧。他应该不会强迫你的。他试着劝过我，
She tried, but I wouldn't let her.
不过听你这么说，
Dr. Mobius,
梅
what's
比
she
乌斯
like?
他究竟是个什么样的人？梅比乌斯博士，在我看来，
In my
他
eyes,
和梅
she's
博士
going
一
to
样，
change the world just
是
like
注定会
Dr.
为世界
May.
带来变革的人。但在他口中，一
The
切变革
change
与
she
进
wants
步
to make
都
requires
需要必要的
cruelty
残
and
忍和恶
malice,
意，
which I can never
这是
agree
我始
to.
终不能认同的。
I know for sure we at least go this far, but we'll see how far down we get.
是新的来访者吗？
A new visitor.
不，
No, it's me.
等等，
Wait,
华，
Hua, we met
其实我们见
before.
过。
You told me you'd reset your memory
你
to
和
a
我说
certain
过，
point
你
regularly.
会定时把自己的记忆回溯到。是这样，
Yes, I'm sorry.
你已经向我说过一次抱歉
You've
了，
apologized to me before, Hua.
是吗？
Is that so?
华，
Hua,
你
can
能
you
把一些
retain a
记忆
certain part of your
转移到
memory
不会被
during the
回溯的那
reset?
部分当中吗？这要视情况而
It
定。
depends. The reset
我
is
原
to
本的目
avoid
的
memory
就是为了
overflow.
避免因记忆
Only
过于臃
necessary
肿而带
info
来
is
的危害。
kept.
只有必要的信息才会被保留下来。我总觉得，
I feel like I should tell you something.
事实上，
I know the
我不
real
是
you.
真正的你，
You became a
你成
remarkable
为了非常了
person,
不起的人，
hero.
就是
Aww.
一个英雄。你在苏那里
You saw
看到了其
something
他世
from
界的
another
风景。
world at Sue's
是吗？
place, right?
你所描绘的那
The
种人
life you
生，
just described, I've
我也
seen
曾见过
something
与之相似
similar,
的
but
景
it's
象，
not my reality
但那
yet.
终究还不是属于我的现实。我还是我，
I am still myself.
在
There's
成
a
为
long
未
way
来
to
的我
go
之前，
before I
还有一条距离未知
become
的路
my
要走。
future self. There's only one
命运
kind
只
of
有一
fate,
种，
and it cannot
谁
be
也无法绕
bypassed.
开。原来你是这样想的。
So that's how you take it. Alright, but at
不过也
least you
好，
showed me how you
至少你
became
让
the
我知道
Hua I
了
know.
你是如何成为我所认识的你的。
It's honestly crazy to think that this is someone that has thousands of years less memory than the Fuhua we know. Of course, she shed some of those memories, but we're not quite sure how that works, are we? Because we know when Senti was controlling the body, Senti went around collecting the memories and getting them back. So does that mean that now that Fuhua's back in her own body, does she remember all those things that Senti collected? Or is it still only Senti? It's interesting to think of it. Because we don't really know that well, do we? Fuhua doesn't talk enough in the story. She did recognize her student, though, so maybe she does have her memories back. Because I feel like she shouldn't have recognized her student in the latest chapters if she still had her memory loss. Hua was stroking a broken blade, seemingly immersed in past memories.
华，
Hua?
嗯，
Hmm? Oh,
是牙医
it's
啊。
you, May.
这是轩辕
Is
剑。
that the Xuanyuan sword?
轩辕剑，
Xuanyuan sword.
奇怪的
Strange
名字，
name, but it reminds me of my hometown.
听起来却有几分家乡的味道。
Yeah, that's the question, right? What about the overflow? Unless maybe she has some of the memories back, but not all of them. Because, I mean, I feel like she must have shed way too many memories. There's no way Senti got all of them. But maybe Senti collected enough of them, and those were some of the ones that she got back. This is the Key of Domination, a divine key forged to select qualified individuals for the Mantis program. As for the Xuanyuan sword, I guess that's what people call it in the new era. Qualified individuals for the Mantis program. Yeah, that's how I became a Mantis. I see. But I saw other keys of domination at World Serpent, and they look different. Those you saw have transformed under the influence of the wielder Zikr, but this one is still in its original form. You're still keeping it even though it's broken. It can no longer function as a divine key, but to me, it's both the beginning and the end. I think it's a reminder of something very important to me. Which is? She doesn't remember. Oh, how much we have sacrificed for a chance to defeat Honkai. Okay, that part's fair, but she probably doesn't know the full value of it. The full memory. Oh, instant. Hi, Mei. Do you still remember me, Hua? You don't have to worry about my memory. I won't reset it until you leave. Why? I have this feeling that there's something important about you. I don't fully understand it yet, but I'd like to keep trying. After all, time is the only resource I have left. Hua. Becoming a mantis does require a lot of determination. The side effects of the surgery, they seem more severe for you. It's fine. I'm used to it now. Everything comes with a price. And when I first noticed the side effect, it was even more beneficial than harmful. Beneficial? Yes, regardless of what happened later, the ability to remember every single detail is precious. When it comes to combat, it enabled me to learn much more from experience. I think it's what qualified me to be a flame chaser. Yeah, you can analyze the details of every battle and improve faster than anyone else. That's why I've never seen this as a side effect. It only became an inconvenience after everything I'd experienced piled up and became too heavy of a burden. But as Eden once said to me, memory makes time meaningless. The fact that we gradually forget things is exactly the reason why our memories and our past moments are valuable. Fair thought. It seems to me that you and the others weren't made into the Sims at the same time, were you? I remember seeing this one before, so this isn't new. That's right. When I was created in the Elysian Realm, there was only Sue, Sakura, and Mobius. But it didn't last long. Our group of 13 was complete when the next batch of Sims arrived. But wouldn't that bring unnecessary trouble? I noticed not long ago you seem to be keeping something from Sakura. She's the most special one among us. In fact, the Sims in the Elysian Realm can be synced with their sources. Synced? Yes. With the help of a psychic mantis soldier, the source can copy their current memory state to their Sim. You may have noticed that the Sims in the Elysian Realm are not simply backups. The sync process is a way to avoid problems. Sakura was the first to have lost her life. Without any sync capabilities, she knows less than the others. So that's why, before you said the experience of her death might destabilize her sim. Yeah, this was one of the optional lines, I think. Either an optional one or it happened during the story. What about you, Hua? Have you undergone any syncs? Maybe, maybe not. I don't remember. Or Fuhua. I'm gonna assume. Wow, 160. Expensive. And that's all of them. And of course, there's all the new ones we gotta unlock too. In Chapter 3. So we're gonna have a lot of these to go through. I don't have my controller turned on, so I'm just controlling with my mouse and keyboard. God, there was so much there that missed originally. I feel like that's Honkai in a nutshell. I'm kind of glad, honestly, that I restarted the story on a second account. Because it's given me a chance to see more of the lore that I would have missed even if I paid attention the first time. There's just so much lore in Elysian Realm, it's hard to keep up with it all. Ellie's egg has the least progress? How do you mean? Oh, number. Yeah? I mean, I'm pretty sure we know why. With what we know of things she's said, things from players on a stage, we're probably gonna find the truth with her. I don't know if it's out yet. I don't know if it's coming. I'll find out when we get there. But, yeah. I'm excited to find out more. I'm also... Oh, they fixed it! Well, okay. They fixed this. I guess this was something they could fix easily on the server side. So I guess they did just forget to turn it off. They forgot to turn off the block that they had on last week. But there we go. Apparently now we can do deep sequence. So I will probably do deep sequence over, I don't know, maybe tonight or tomorrow or something in my free time. Get my crystals, do my pulls. There's so much story stuff, I don't want to waste time with streaming my reruns weekly for now. But yeah, I was going to do Chapter 3 today, but we've been here for almost 5 hours. That was a little more than I expected, but was enlightening and it's interesting. I'm so excited for this story. I'm sure some of you have already gone ahead and seen some of it. We'll see. Again, maybe Wednesday if we have time. If not, Thursday for sure. I'm going to be running a lot of Elysian Realm. I'm going to be seeing the story, and that'll be on Twitch. And like I said earlier, there's a very good chance I might switch over to streaming only on Twitch. I'll probably keep the visual novel on YouTube for now. Read the memories? Oh yeah, I knew I wasn't. I was going to read the new ones. But if I was reading all of those, that would take me another few hours. Though we did talk about a few of them, right? We did go over them a bit while reading through the cutscenes. But, yeah. We'll see. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing Genshin in the morning at 10. Probably for about 2 hours. And then Bree is going to join me on stream. Thinking of, I wonder if I should try getting her model on stream, or if I should just get a picture for her. Maybe tonight me and Bree can experiment, see if we can get her model working. But we'll be streaming tomorrow, Final Fantasy XIV. We will be doing the 6.1 story probably first, so that will probably be a bit of spoilers for anyone who plays Final Fantasy XIV and hasn't gotten caught up yet. But after that, we'll be doing probably the new Alliance raid, and then we'll be jumping into PvP later that night, which for some of you guys, I know because of where you are, might be early morning. So who knows, maybe you'll be able to catch the tail end of the stream and see us doing PvP. Put a random cat image? Maybe. We'll see. I do know that her model lags actually on Final Fantasy a little bit, so maybe I'll just do an image. I can just ask her to get one of the images she uses on her stream. You just did the Haunted Manor and Black Shroud. I love that dungeon. It's a little weird considering most people just return partway through. But you're getting there. I will say, Arsham, just as a hint for the story, minor, I'd say you still haven't hit that like eureka moment similar to like Chapter 9 Honkai. You still got lots of lore to go through. Just enjoy the trip. There's lots to pick up. The queue, yeah, if you're a DPS, the queue will take a while. But, starting tomorrow, Arsham, you'll actually be able to do those dungeons solo. Until level 50. But they're implementing the NPC support system for the story dungeons from 1 to 50. Oh, your tank. The queue took long as a tank. That's actually kind of shocking. I know healers generally have the shortest queue, but it's kind of shocking that tank you had a long queue. But yeah, you'll be able to queue with NPCs and do things at whatever pace you want until you finish the 2.0 story. Once you finish the 2.0 story, then you're going to be back with having to queue with people. But if I'm not busy on stream, if you... 3 players too? Yeah, it should just be part of the story. It should just be part of the game system where the 1 to 50 levels, you'll be able to use an NPC. And from now on, every patch, they're going to be adding that feature more and more. But it probably will be a while until the other level 50 quests get it, so you'll probably just have to deal with it after you finish A Realm Reborn's base story. But it'll at least make A Realm Reborn's base story easier for you. Anything level 70 and up is NPCable, and that because it was a new feature, and now they're adding it to old stuff. But it'll be from level 1 to level 50, specifically the end of the story. So there'll be like 2 or 3 dungeons that you can do at level 50 that you can use with NPCs. Once you get like the first credits screen and you've finished the base story of the game, then you're in patch content, what people will usually call the 2.x. And then in that patch content, there's no NPC support yet, but they're going to add it over time. But yeah, that's tomorrow. Wednesday, PGR is getting a patch. I'm probably going to do the Chu interlude. I believe that's coming out right away. She won't be it won't be possible to pull for her until Thursday, so Thursday I'll probably be pulling for her. It's only going to be 2 pulls. I literally have pity on her banner, so I'm going to do 2 pulls and get her. But we'll get her and build her and see how she feels to use and try and get her gear ready. I'm also going to do Iado's quest on Wednesday. So we might not do Chasm at all. We'll probably do some Code Vein on Wednesday. Probably jump around a few games. Probably start doing all of FF solo. Oh my gosh. But yeah. Thursday's going to be doing a lot of the new stuff. Going to be doing Elysian Realm. We're going to be doing probably more Chasm and Genshin if we do. We'll have more more Final Fantasy stuff. I might start just jumping into Final Fantasy and doing PvP on stream, because the PvP looks really well done. So that might just be something that becomes part of the stream. Friday, we're continuing the visual novel. That's kind of just going to be the thing, I guess, now. It's just Fridays we're going to be doing that visual novel till it's done. And then Saturday, the Guilty Gear tournament was pushed to this week, so hopefully it doesn't get cancelled this time. What we're doing before it, I'm not sure. But Saturday, we should be doing the Guilty Gear tournament, and maybe I'll have had enough practice to be better at the game. But yeah, other than that, as usual, down below do have links to my Twitter and to my Discord, where I announce all my streams, keep in touch with everyone, chat, hang out. And there's also a link to my Twitch. As I said, there's a very good chance I might stop streaming on YouTube, or mostly stop streaming on YouTube eventually. It's just looking, the more I look at it, that it might be easier for me to just do long streams on Twitch. Like, honestly, if I was on Twitch right now, I'd keep streaming another 2 hours. But YouTube, you kind of have to have focus streams, so I end now and I get 2 hours to try and get some other stuff done. Like trying the new browser. But yeah, so look forward to that. I'll announce it. I'll probably make a video about it when I officially switch over. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys. I love you guys so much. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.